had the charged up Night King knife and was ready to double cross.
So we're okay with On losing her memories?
Yeah, because we're worried that if we do anything to upset it, we would like tip our hand.
All right, sorry guys. Ronan's here now.
No worries.
Happy birthday, Ronan.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You like the ram?
All right, you guys have a great game.
Bye, Drac.
See ya. Have fun.
Later.
I feel like the ramifications of On to Song losing memories are just really dreadful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it, but I was overruled.
I'm also not 100% that Margot isn't going to let the Night King kill On, and then she kill the Night King.
Yeah. This is a
But if
dicey
On to
vision. But
Song loses her memories, she's effectively dead anyways.
well, I think that through the vision, we had the sense that she had a plan. Like, it wasn't like she was losing them forever. She was like dismantling them.
So if we're talking about like the vision where she's trying to get out of the binding.
Yeah, we are.
So what she's doing is she's killing not just her memory, she's killing parts of her identity. She's basically going through the psionic version of self-brain surgery to make it to where her true name doesn't apply to her.
But did she have a plan to restore herself afterwards? Or
You don't
just
know.
Yeah.
The implication is that, probably yes, but you're not certain.
Yeah.
And there is something that, your characters would know from long ago is there's an entire chunk of the library, of On's library, that is devoted to her memories and the storage of her personal knowledge.
So maybe we are right to just not tell her.
I know that that's what we concluded before, and I know that I had concerns and you guys swayed me. So.
Wait, we swayed you?
That we should let it play out and let Margot do whatever Margot was going to do.
Okay.
So it sounds like Dalsath, Infinite Rings, Orb.
Griffel had laid those out as our three options.
Yes.
But I think we're all on the same page for
the Infinite
Dalsath.
Rings scares me so much.
I know, but that's going to be a major thing that has to happen.
Do we want to go after Aegis at all? Do we want to go help with the plane of the Iron Tower? Is that on our radar?
I think Morin's right that the battle would have gone poorly, but since the dragons were awakened, it's probably going pretty well.
He awakened the dragons, and he's now the mirror.
Yeah.
So he's juiced.
He's juiced.
We do know that the dragon mirror that we let out, if Merc didn't kill him, would go after Aegis.
We know that he died. Arcario through access.
Oh, right, because Aegis became because he died. Okay,
yeah.
No,
and
you're right.
I don't remember who it was that we asked, but we asked somebody, who is the mirror now? Maybe it was Mother Summer, and she said it's Aegis, but it will probably be multiple others in the next day, because a bunch of dragons were going to die. But that was prior to us telling Mother Summer about this and her intervening, because we saw all of the dragons come flying out of the Iron Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. So no longer so worried about that. So then it's between Dalsath and the Infinite Rings, and I think we're all in agreement. Dalsath seems the more pressing of those.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ask JP when he dipped in for just a second if he had an opinion on what to do with Sap and App, or was this
We did not.
He confirmed my unspeakable bond.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
He unspeakably confirmed it. They shared meaningful eye contact, and we all knew.
Good. As it should be.
Lauren said, "Happy birthday, Ronan," and that was good.
Yeah, that was good.
All right. So, if again we're gonna, for the moment, resolve the Sap and App thing as saying to Mab that is what needs to happen, and Mab is going to sort of focus some portion of her power on opening up a little pocket dimension to encase them both in ice, because they were already encased in ice during the conversation. She just continues the process. But you can tell that the vast majority of Mab's attention, whether that's her power or anything else, is on maintaining her hold on the Winter Lady, who is no longer actively trying to kill any of you, but does not seem to be pleased, and Mab has not let go of a handle on her hair. So that happens, and then you turn, and is now the conversation. Let's kind of get into the session part of the character stuff and say, all right, now let's have a chat with Mab. I don't know if one was actually gone for
I was.
that.
I grabbed something out of the toaster oven. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
The Winter Lady is no longer trying to murder us. And
Was she ever? Oh, that's good.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
The lady.
Yes.
She's mad. Yeah.
And Mab was giving her light taps, little spankings, be like, nope, stop
What is
that.
her name? We don't know her name, do we?
I thought we did.
The lady?
Oh,
Shelly.
I'm sorry. Shelly?
Shelly the Shield.
Gary, have you read the Dresden Files?
Yes, I have read the Dresden Files.
Okay.
Gary's like favorite books.
It's on the list of my favorite series, definitely. I assume, given the question, you have read the Dresden Files.
No, I haven't. But I tell Taryn sometimes things that happened in D&D, and she was like, "Oh, I think I know the name of your summer grandmother." And I was like,
really?
"What?"
Does Taryn know the name of the Winter Lady?
Not the Winter. What's the name of the Winter Lady? Mab's
We don't
daughter.
know.
I think he's asking Taryn.
Maeve.
Mab is the queen.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's Maeve.
Queen Mab and Lady Maeve.
Oh, yeah.
There goes Gary stealing IP again.
And yeah, this was stuff that you. It has been said. It is in my notes that it was said several sessions ago what the name of the Winter Lady is. So you had previously gotten her name, but yes, her name is Lady Maeve.
I mean, I know. I have known the mothers, and like when we got closer, I was like, oh, okay, I get this. It's the Weavers.
Yeah, there's a lot of drawing from similar sources.
Yeah. But then I was like, that's player noting, so let's not go there. And also you might be doing something different.
Also, if Taryn has read the Dresden Files, she might get a kick out of the interaction between Maeve and Mab from last session.
Oh, I'll have her listen to it then.
Okay.
She's reading them right now.
Oh, she is?
And she was like,
how far
Josh,
she is?
Maybe book 3 or 4.
Oh, she should not listen then.
Okay.
Because if you have not read the Dresden Files, dear listeners, there is potential for a lot of spoilers of that series, because yes, it is very intentionally one of the inspirations for this game.
Interesting.
So,
okay.
Not to the point of like, oh, you're not, I'm like lifting the entire plot line for things, but there's there will be twists and turns and things that get brought up that you're like, oh, that is this moment in the books. So the interaction between the queens and their ladies and things like that is something that you learn very slowly throughout the series, and so kind of getting the later book interactions in the beginning would be problematic.
Yeah, it was just very funny, Taryn being like, "Oh, I think I can spoil some of your D&D for you," and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, some of it is that, but a lot of it is also just coming from a similar source.
Yeah. Anyway, so the Winter Lady's name is Maeve.
Yep. And The sort of conversation, what I was saying as Kylie had to step away and then came back, was let's get into sort of in character version of conversations and say you guys have the resolution with Sap and App for the moment, and then turn to Mab and go. What do you guys want to say to Queen Mab?
Kylie's good at this. Let Kylie speak.
Well, I feel like she kind of put me in my place for having a brain worm last time. So I don't know.
Morin's the most like her. Maybe Morin should talk.
Did we have more stuff we really
Wait,
wanted to
what?
say to her?
I'm the lead. You're actually the most like her, I think, because you're divine affiliated, whereas I'm primordial and more aligned with Summer.
Oh.
Mm.
Miss Mab, Queen Mab. Don't hurt me. We talked about our deal a little bit ago on the comet, and you have your shield now. I hope she's okay. I know you laid a little beat down on her. Could we go find your knight so we can do him in?
A bargain was made. You return to me, my lady, and I will give you the location of my knight. I believe acting on it immediately is ill-advised, but we have a bargain, and I am Mab.
Did you say acting on that is ill-advised?
Why
did.
would that be ill-advised?
As far as I am aware, this creature has been in relative stasis for a significant amount of time, even as we reckon things. For mortals, I think it would be almost imperceptible to say what had happened to them centuries ago to now. There is a lot that can be done with missteps and misunderstandings. I have only begun to understand this current and more modern world. I have a brief overview, but if I am given more time, even something that should be a reasonable time for you in mortal terms, I should better understand what potential pitfalls might come from bringing him back into the fold.
All right.
But what if we just remove him from the fold? Unfold.
There is a complication there. He has failed in his duties. He has betrayed mine court. The idea that he would be simply removed is against the nature of winter. Perhaps your summer feelings would be getting in the way and thinking it is justice. But no, there is recompense that must be paid. He must experience the full depth of his betrayal and what it means to myself and my person and my court before he is allowed to pass. He will be brought back into the fold, and then, once he truly understands the depths of what he has done, as much as he can, being mostly mortal still, then he will be removed.
Can we
So
have his soul first?
yeah.
She just sort of like shrugs at that, like, sure.
Oh, well, if it's that easy, we could just hand him to you.
Queen Mab, we need Dalseth's soul because a vampire named Margot Turi, who is a subject of the Night King, not your brother, but the little Night King, made a deal in the wilds to procure a true name knife to kill the Night King if you were able to return Dalseth's soul. into the knife. Perhaps with this additional context, we could find a more workable bargain. We do not have an issue with you punishing Dalseth to your satisfaction. We simply are attempting to return this knife to its full power through his soul.
Far be it from me to attempt to interrupt another's bargain. Although, you see her eyes do that like weird flickering thing, a version of what Summer did when she was drawing on her power to sort of understand and learn. And then she says, The creatures of this modern world do not understand the importance of names anymore. I guess it should be suitable to solve one problem with another. She kind of turns away from you, and then kind of as she turns away, she pauses and says, "A moment for court business, if you would please." She sort of like hesitates. She turns away. Then she turns away, holds up the Winter Lady, and turns her head to look into her eyes and says, "There are ones that have named themselves names they do not know the meaning of. You have a rage, you have a hunger, you need an outlet for your energy, child.
Oh.
Go and teach those what it means to be called by a name that they do not belong to. The ones that call themselves unseelie or create pacts in mine name should be brought in, or should be able to learn what it means to be one of us." She kind of stares, and you can get this sensation of power flowing out of Mab and into the lady. And then as the lady is sort of like writhing in the presence of getting unloaded with, or having power unloaded upon her, Mab takes her other hand, the one that she's been previously using to sort of counterspell a lot of Maeve's abilities. She opens up a portal with that hand and then just chucks her daughter head first through the portal and closes it behind her. You get a brief image of the Winter Lady basically falling from orbit onto the planet.
Which planet?
Sulban?
Onto Sulban.
Okay.
So, did she just say go deal with the Night King, or?
She turns back. "It is not my place to deal with this pretender Night King. If one is to use your name incorrectly and you do not have the power to correct them, that fault lies with you and not with them. But there are those that have used my name, the name of my court, the bits and pieces of us that remained to establish themselves and their power within the world. They could be brought in and their power added to mine in a hierarchy as befits to be unseelie. But if they have done so in error, then they must learn the error of their ways. And I believe my daughter is in the proper state of mind for dealing with such transgressions."
Could you share any more specifics?
She sort of shrugs and says, "It is a dealing of my court. Suffice to say, there are those that have used stories, I believe. Some of them don't think that they're true. They're about to learn. In any case, it is something that is a distraction that will hinder her rage for a time. This other Night King that you are helping to create a bargain with, if it is something you wish to have happen, I can have it arranged. Although, again,
This does not seem to be pressing as far as I can understand it, unless there is a reason for haste. I would prefer to be informed before I act. I will say that, though she kind of like talks about it in circles, you get the impression that if you just say, hey, Mab, we are asking you to live up to your side of the bargain, take us to Dalseth, she does sound like she's saying, yeah, I will definitely do that. She's just saying, this is not what I would do in your situation.
We don't have context on time. Could we get context on time from her?
We didn't ask her how long it would take for her to figure. Like she said, if you give me an appreciable amount of time. We didn't ask her how much though.
Yeah, for her that can mean anything.
Yeah.
Well,
I think for the broker's deal, we just need Dalseth's soul fragments just back in the vault. Wasn't
I
that the
thought in
deal?
the knife. They go into the knife, I think.
I thought, don't you just like release it into the world and the knife?
The knife
I don't know.
absorbs it. Yeah.
Well, the deal was recover Dalseth's soul fragments. When you do that, then your true name knife will work because that's the thing I'm giving you in return for returning the soul fragments. Not that the soul fragments power the knife, I don't think.
Okay.
So, what's her name will know immediately once the thing is done. I can't remember her name. The vampire lady. Margot. She'll know immediately. Assuming.
Potentially.
We don't really know the mechanics of this thing. Yeah.
Works.
Why not? Don't you know the names of all 13 gods and the ones who were taken?
Gary never told us. We don't know how this works. Well, I'm not opposed. What?
I just am worried about time.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
So I'm not opposed
why don't we
to
ask her? Why don't we ask her what she said? That's not what I would do in your situation. Why don't we ask her what would you do? What do you think is pressing?
Well, I thought the answer to that question was she's gonna make him suffer until he finally understands the extent of his betrayal.
No. But it seems like there's other priorities that she thinks we should have that we're not considering. That's what I want to know.
But she also doesn't have full context on why we're.
No, but it can't hurt to just get information from her about what she thinks we should do.
Ask her to vote in the chat on 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Mab 1, 2, and 3.
Or a fifth option.
Queen Mab, you said that we shouldn't be in such a hurry, which is so funny because every immortal thinks that everything mortals do is in a hurry, funnily enough. Could you tell us what you think we should be doing instead?
It is not a matter of hurry and not hurry. Logic dictates that there is a proper time for action. It is rare that a situation is completely solved with perfect knowledge. But there is a balance that must be made between doing something with some knowledge, as much as you can reasonably get before action needs to be taken, and doing it without taking reasonable understandings of the world. This altercation, she looks and kind of takes in the room, has shown me that there are a great many things that have changed since I was withdrawn from the world. The creatures that you have as shadows, they are not as akin to the ones I remember as I would like. There are differences now that I do not understand. There are gaps and missing things between then and now, and I do not know which of those is going to be creating a trap or a pitfall between what is current and what was then. I would not want to engage something with no knowledge of what they have to throw against me, and I feel as if my ability to combat these creatures and the ones that they serve would be uninformed right now. If you ask me what I would do, what I will do is learn as best I can, gather what I consider to be an effective base of knowledge before beginning to act. What I believe you should do, or what I would do in your shoes, would be to get some portion of what I can accomplish. There are many things that need to be done in this world, and I can feel there's a certain shifting of things as the tides and the slipping begins to change back to as it once was. I know that we will realign ourselves with the old world. As myself and my sister use more of our powers, we will draw ourselves and the worlds we have helped delineate back into proper alignment, and things that were will begin to stir again. What is important is understanding what pieces are going to be brought back into play, and understanding why existence is right now. Logic should dictate that we lost. The courts were defeated, struck down in our ability to defend against what was, and in the previous instance where this was going to be a close call, a creature of incredible power had to sacrifice themselves in order for all reality to not be unwritten. But now, as far as I can tell, the adversary should be the victor. Reality should be unreality. This conversation should never exist. But we are. You are. And the understanding of why that is should give us the key for what actions need to be taken. I have no desire to step down from my role, nor give my great power to the next in my line of queens. But if I take action without understanding what the difference between this modern world and my world is, that is a likely outcome I would fall into without knowing it. Translation from Mab. All of her stuff is out of date, and she doesn't feel like she can act without updating everything first. And she doesn't have any particular action she wants to take, because what she wants to do is learn. And in your shoes, what she would be doing is doing whatever she can to get access to more information. Specifically, the information of if the Queens of Fairy were supposed to be the primary line of defense against the adversary and they lost, why is reality still a thing?
Don't we have a lot of the pieces of that answer? Loosely, but not really.
I think so.
I mean, we know
Like we know the pieces, but we don't know like the
mechanics.
Yeah.
Well, what do we know that Hope was sealed away with the domains, right, by Pandorum, and that's part of the world not ending.
Who was the creature who sacrificed themselves?
Was that Grandmother Summer?
Yeah, the first Grandmother Summer.
Right.
Was Mab saying that there must have been another one?
Well, she's saying initially, right, there was a conflict, and they suffered a major loss, and the only way that didn't turn into a complete victory for the adversary was one of the original Mother Summer sacrificed herself to make sure that reality continued. Right. So she says, okay, well, the next time that happened, the next loss that they had, that didn't occur. Both of the grandmothers still seem to be here, but also reality still exists. So what changed? Why? How did we lose? But then the world still is in some version of intact. That is the thing that she's saying.
Right. Okay. And we believe part of that is that the voiceless talkers decided to break with the adversary, right? Because they saw
Hmm.
value in preserving. And
They
didn't
like
they have a
didn't
fight with the Star Shadows?
they became corrupted by wanting to be in reality. But do we know that they like I thought we knew that the adversary from outside of reality like co-opted all of these different species to spread their mission.
Hmm.
But then and one of them was the voiceless talkers, but the voiceless talkers spent so much time in reality working on the adversary's mission that they ended up liking being existing. And that's where the like redeemed comes from even potentially.
I don't know that the redeemed himself was a voiceless talker, but I know that the first Morning Lord was.
Mm.
So
Okay,
here's the
so
question: is this something, is this thing you want to share with Mab? Is this part of the conversation? Because I know a lot of this is the group, the players talking to each other and kind of going over notes. But
I think yes. So the second part of why the adversary didn't win, I thought, was also on Desong's little project,
the malediction.
the malediction. But I don't know if we could. I mean, maybe Mab could, if she could pinpoint the uses of the malediction that we know about to specific, important, and decisive victories against the adversary.
Yeah, so I was gonna say like I mean maybe I don't know if we want to like go through all of this point by point, but if we could explain to Mab the reason that we want to kill the Night King is because he's going to try to kill An, and An is the researcher who came up with the malediction.
And also, the Night King is in some way tied to a walker.
Right. And explain when Philly stabbed him, and also that he took over the Formians. So maybe give
There's
her
so much information.
I know.
context
Mm.
Well,
context
she
for
wants
as
to
to why we're
learn.
trying to do this, right?
She's gonna
Like
learn today.
help her see the bigger picture of why we need this soul and see if she still thinks it's not that big of a deal. Did you right now?
I mean, to be
Yeah.
clear, she thinks it's important. She's just saying, she has a lot of capacity to learn, and is saying, she would like to spend some
Oh,
time
Mhm.
learning first before acting, and kind of made the point of like, she also means she's going to learn in a time scale that's not that long for mortals, right? She kind of
does she
put that
have the
caveat in there.
same? Does she have the same ability that Mother Summer had, where if she doesn't know something, she can find it out by using her powers?
Yeah, she did that earlier in this conversation. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So So if she has the same ability, she can actually find things out for us, even if she doesn't know them.
Well, it'd have
Yeah,
to
she
be
has.
associated with winter in some way, right?
Correct. Yeah. So
Yeah.
she has access to a different set of sort of parameters of what she can learn. But yes, she does have the same ability.
What do we want to ask?
Well, I think the question is, what do we want to tell first?
Yeah.
Well, I would like to tell her all that context that I just said.
Yeah.
So you start kind of laying it all out for her. She does listen along. And she's very impassive, I guess is the word, or passive. Like she just sort of like listens and seems to be sort of patiently waiting for you to kind of do things. And you see, as you say certain things, her eyes flicker again, where she's doing the thing where she's drawing on Winter power to learn.
So she's kind of gaining context as you're talking about things, and says, that is something I don't understand. Perhaps it is something that is not directly connected enough with winter for me to properly understand it perfectly, but you say that the talkers began to become part of this world. They wanted to stay. Their desires to be overcame something that does not seem to match up well with my understanding of them and my experience with their actions within my courts. I do not think you are necessarily wrong, but I would say to understand that perspective is important, yours and mine. As far as the other thing, this Night King and its connection, you mentioned it is bound to one of the walkers. Do you know which specifically, and why do you think the binding is there? How close of a binding do you think this is?
Oh, what was the name of it?
I know the name.
So the
I
name,
guess
the
it's just
name
a question of whether I
is.
say it.
We'd say it, yeah.
So hang on, the name is Terminus, but we know his he who walks name. So would we give
He who
that
comes after,
instead?
right?
He who comes
Yeah.
after.
So my question for you guys is, which you guys have many names for this guy. Which name would you give?
Didn't we also find out that it was actually the other way around? Like I seem to remember there was something about like the names that we thought were the safe names were actually like the dangerous ones, and the names we thought were the dangerous ones, like Terminus.
I think he
Were
who
like
comes
actually.
after is worse to say than Terminus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, I would gesture to Philly to let you recount your great battle.
What is there a performance check?
are you going to lie?
No.
Performance
Oh.
isn't a lie.
Perform.
All art is
I think
lie.
that's 5e. All art is lie. Okay.
I guess that would be history. Could I like do everything in my power to describe this thing and everything we interacted with it without mentioning any name?
I mean, yeah, you could do that. You guys have a ton of context for this thing, so
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
talking around it would not be difficult for your character by any means.
Would she just be able to touch Baneslayer and get it that way?
I think that was a question for Gary.
Did I break the game?
No, you didn't break the game. That was I wasn't answering now because I didn't hear it and understand. It was more of a you have no idea whether that is that is something you could ask. That is a hey Queen Mab, ask in character, not a ask the DM, because there's no way you would know whether that would be true or not.
Okay, I'll ask it then.
I will say she does love divine implements, so I feel like her touching Baneslayer would be less bad than
does
other
she
things.
love divine implements?
She loved our rods.
I wouldn't say it in
That's
that way.
true. She did.
What? I'm sorry. She loved our bone rods. Is that better?
Listen, every one of us had a boner to give her, and she loved all of them.
Let's just say I gave her a rod of command, and she really enjoyed it. Like I don't understand, Michael. How do you want me to phrase this?
Queen Mab. The weapon I am carrying with me is the one that drew the wound on the walker. If you were to touch it, could you learn the nature of the one it struck? It is a pretty smart weapon. It's a little angry, but
given your description, I do not believe I need this information, but being able to verify is better than reaching my own conclusions and acting upon them.
And she'll hold out her hand
to basically have you in the same basic gesture she did when she gestured for the rod, where she holds her hand out, palm down, to have you put the thing below her hand so she can touch it.
Can I perception check to see if she's just like playing coy?
It'd be insight, but
Insight,
yeah,
is
you
that
can make an insight check for her.
Okay. She's like, yes, please.
Also, Morin, one thing, or Josh, one thing I want to say about this is that, like, if Morin says something kind of like that, you can tell the fact that you are specifically not saying the walker's name or kind of any version of the name is like making her, like, the sort of look that she's giving you. You can tell that her estimation of you guys is going up slightly in her eyes, right? Like, she seems to be thinking better of you all because she said names are dangerous and people don't understand. And then she's like, what is this thing? And you're like, cool, here's all the ways that we can describe it without using a name. And she's like, okay, maybe you're not morons.
Just wait.
So Philly, the insight check on Mab, there is this level of like multiple things happening, right? Where there is sort of this, she has a ton of power, but you can tell that she's sort of actively thinking to check herself, right? So a good bit of her focus is basically being devoted to, I am aware I am out of touch and I have my own biases that are very out of date. So if I come across something that is an assumption I make, I'm going to announce that I am making an assumption, not really for you guys. She's mostly making it for herself, of basically saying, hey, self, you're assuming this thing is true. Does this match up? Right? Where she's sort of testing her knowledge by saying, oh, if I have a way to empirically verify something that's happening, I'm going to do that instead because my information is so out of date that the confidence that I would have had in my time for me knowing what's going on is not appropriate for this time period. If that makes sense.
Sure.
So basically, most of her statement was for herself, not for you guys.
So she's not excited to touch the horny murder weapon.
Oh no, that is not the case. It's more that she's curious about. She's like, oh, I think I know what this weapon is and what it means. That you're kind of like the explanation you're giving me, and because this is the weapon that was used, I think I understand the pieces that I need to know. But if you're going to let me like examine the weapon directly, that is a much more direct thing that I can do to learn. And that'll let me go, oh, I'm not making this assumption or I'm not putting these pieces together, right? I'm actually getting what she's considers to be more like hard evidence.
Okay.
So you hold the weapon out to her. She puts her hand above it. She gets her hand close to the weapon, but does not touch it. And then she sort of pulls her hand back, almost like it was hot. Frequently, I think that the mortal parts of me that I still somewhat remember are a hindrance. But it is good to remember what it is like to not have power. It is good to remember that assumptions are always that. I believed that I would understand from your description which of the walkers this was. Only one of them, I believe, in my time could have been harmed by such a thing. And so that made the understanding of which of the 11 it would be simple. But things are not as simple as they once were. Perhaps my knowledge then is not as complete as it was. It would be something to examine. From my understanding, this weapon should have no capacity to harm any of the walkers but that one which is especially vulnerable to its energies, and the one to which you refer should not be them. I know of who we speak about. I can feel their faint touch upon the blade. And it makes me believe, even more now than I was a moment ago, that knowledge is power. And in this more modern age, I have much less of that power than I would wish.
Very, very humble of you, my queen. You're muted.
Muted because there's loud stuff in the background. But she doesn't she doesn't respond directly to that part of it. She just kind of looks a little distant.
He's like, God damn it.
You kind of get the impression that the mortal parts of her was really, really long ago, even from her perspective. But yeah, so she says, effectively, you described it. That gave me who I knew you were talking about, and the way we were talking about things made it clear. All right, this is you're not saying the name. You're giving me the description I would need to be able to say who it is, and then say, no, that's incorrect. That's not who it actually is. So she's saying
the walker of her time, the only one that should be vulnerable to this weapon, is not the one that we wounded.
Correct.
Okay.
What does that mean?
And does she know the one that we wounded? Like, was she able to glean that?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the three primaries. One of the
Ooh.
ancients. The one that should be vulnerable to this should only be vulnerable because they are one of the ones who was taken.
Mm.
I wonder if that vulnerability has been moved, if it had existed in them at all the same time, or if this world is changed, or have they changed? There are too many unknowns for me to be able to say with certainty, and I dislike not being able to say with certainty.
All right. Well,
Do
she
we
threw
have
a wrench into our plans of seeing Dalsath. So, like, what do we do?
Well, I thought she would let us have the soul now.
Can
Is that
she give
something she
us?
could just
Can she
do?
just give us the soul without us having to go to the prison?
That I don't know.
It is something that I could arrange in time. I do not wish to currently extend my powers to where the prison is. As far as I can see, it is ill defended, ill prepared, a poor container for a valuable asset of the adversary. When I see something that is important, but it is ill defended, ill prepared to be assaulted, I do not see something that is ripe for the taking. I see an apple laying next to an apple tree without knowing what hands have touched it since it has fallen. I don't know if Mab's weirdness translated what you meant to anyone.
Yeah,
Kind
I'm
of
just
senses that it might be a trap.
Poisoned apple. Poisoned
yeah,
apple.
Mm-hmm.
but I'm kind of wondering, like, it was a poisoned apple because Stent and
Stent?
Company took a big old bite and found out the hard way. But we've since dealt with the ones that overtook them, so maybe there's a window
Didn't
of
we deal with
opportunity.
a
Mhm.
piece of the ones that overtook them, not the ones themselves?
Well, right, but like Star Shadows are everywhere.
How much time would you want Queen Mab to explore the prison and ensure that you could safely procure the soul for us?
It is difficult to give exactness, but if I were to extend my will towards this, depending on what actions can be linked to winter itself, I cannot imagine it would take me very long. I am originally used to using a certain method of time that no longer functions in your world. She kind of like gestures to the air, and you can see a bunch of different like dials. She makes a bunch of effectively clocks of different types out of ice. And then you can see what she's doing is she's drawing on her power to understand how people in these days track time. So like you say, how long do you need? And she's like, as far as I can tell, you guys don't track time like we used to. 1 moment. And then she turns and draws on her power and sort of visually represents her learning how other people track time. And then as she's doing this, you see these depictions of charts, of clocks, of different methods of tracking time, like things like hourglasses, or there's even one that's like a sort of like a what's it called? Like a figure 8, where it shifts slightly, it rotates slightly as sand moves to different compartments. And you see they all sort of like, they get brought up, they get put into focus, and then they fade away. They all go into mist until she's instead focusing on one thing that shows a pendulum swinging back and forth contained within a ring. And then she says, "This seems to be the most current method for tracking time in this age." So she will look at it, and then she focuses in and says, "A simple system, but something that is usable. I believe I would need somewhere in the range of a band, although I cannot give any precise estimates. 100 seals, or near enough as to make a casual understanding, but not one I wish to make a bargain on." So basically, she learns that a lot of people use seals as a way of keeping track of time, and she says, okay, I don't want to make a deal that says, yes, it will take me this long to complete this task, but she says this is what the estimate is.
About 5 days, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 or 6 days.
We still don't know the time. Queen Mab, we have a certain deadline that I think we've shared with you. Is there a way you could glean extra information on the deadline?
I have many things at my disposal. Which deadline do you speak of?
The vision we had of Queen Ondasong dying.
I believe there are too many pieces missing for me to give any exactness to it, but that does not mean my court could not take action to either alter or delay such a thing.
It's just we don't know if it's in like tomorrow or
Oh no.
2 weeks.
Would you be able to give even the roughest of estimates?
Not with any assuredness, and when I speak for the court. The creatures you are dealing with, a psychiphage, is difficult to properly pin down in reality. Her strength is notable enough that I would not extend my will into her domain to learn too much, for risk of what else might be lurking within her domain.
And what of those around her?
Less significant. She does not share power very well, at least on a more basic level, but an established hierarchy I can sense the vague essences of. I could restrict her ability to put herself into the situation that would make this vision be true, but beyond that, it would take effort from me that I think better devoted to broader plans.
Wild idea.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we have freed the Winter Queen and the Winter Lady, summer and winter should be in balance, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So what if we free the Night King now?
Yeah, I thought that. Then
And
maybe
he
he would just
would
go kill his pretender.
yeah, I'm either kill him or bring him to heel.
Mm-hmm.
um Mab, uh Mother Summer was concerned about releasing your brother before we freed you because he would be so powerfully oriented towards winter that it would pose a threat to summer. Were he to be free now, what what would he do with the vampires?
His likely first act would be similar to one of mine, and what I imagine my sister must do. My sister is emotional about some things. I imagine when she reasserted herself in the world, she coddled those that pretended to her power. She doesn't understand the true depths one must need to go to in order to properly establish themselves in the minds of mortals.
She burned out a couple hags.
Those hags probably didn't think she was too gentle.
But they survived. I believe that puts them
That's what I thought
well.
she'd say.
Some might find that cool to survive with third-degree burns all over 99% of your body, but sure.
Or to know what power you once had and no longer do.
Mhm.
She shrugs at that and says, "Yes, but my sister is emotion. She would have lashed out in anger, but not given that anger a proper time to simmer, to allow her outburst to be properly educational to those that took her name. Those that took my name and the names of those in my court are not going to feel pain until they properly understand why they feel everything they feel. They will understand and know. My sister wants vengeance for something. It's silly. But in a much similar vein, our brother is impulsive. Our brother is someone who sees all things as things that need to be solved, as actions that must be taken, while my sister has the capacity to be able to learn the correct course of action. He does not really, or at least it isn't in his nature to take the time to understand. Were he to be free, I believe it would be loosing him as you would loose an arrow upon this pretender king. It would seem their strengths would be obvious, him the greater, and this pretender the weaker. But that is as it was 10,000 years ago. Is it as it would be now? I do not know. How much time has changed, even the words to use to pass a time is different now. this means that what would have been an obvious fight in my day is inobvious now. Perhaps this will be a simple matter of let my brother loose, let him do as he will, and inform him to think about those that pretend to have his name. Your problems are solved. The world is as it should be. But, as I can tell, some bits of what we were are only fairy tales now. That is not how the world really works. There is much more that must need to be understood before such actions would be advisable to be taken. I think having a better understanding of the strength of this avatar would be important.
Hmm.
And I will say that previous insight check kind of carrying through. You can tell that Mab thinks that this is probably what should happen as well. Like, that does seem like, yes, she agrees that this is a good plan. But all of that sort of waffling that she just did is her sort of intentionally putting that, I do not understand how things have changed, and I need to sort of go with worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is the new Night King is significantly stronger than the old Night King, and the new Night King would be able to subsume the old one and take a portion of their power, and that would be potentially disastrous.
Oh, and then his name changes, and then the True Knife Dagger doesn't work. That would be sick. Or True Name Dagger.
If you say something like that, she will nod at you and say, yes, identity is a mutable thing if a nature is possibly changed. A name writ upon a dagger that was aimed at my mortal heart would do nothing but annoy me now.
I just need to know times. But we know On is safe at this very moment, right? Because we heard from her in some capacity.
Well, we talked to her when we were at Summer's Star. I think that was
And that
the
was
last
after the
time.
vision?
Correct.
Was that after or before? Okay, that was after.
You had received the vision prior to talking. Well, you had ascending from On back and forth, and then had the vision, and then talked to her.
Do we have context on how she gets captured, and or I don't think we know how she gets captured, but do we
I
know
think
what
we
her plan was?
don't
Plan
we
is?
know that Fernot was used to lure her? Or is that wrong?
I thought Fernot teleports in to save her.
Oh, so right, she was used to lure him.
Correct.
Yes.
I remember there's some luring. Okay. Wild swing here. If I used like a wheel or woe or a consult oracle, it can't possibly give me better information than Mab could give me, right?
She
Like,
is an oracle, effectively.
I know.
It sort of depends, right? So think of, when you were talking with the Sphinx, and the Sphinx is like, you can get generalized information and it tends to be sort of cryptic, but, is useful in different ways. Or you can invoke a specific spirit. So, right, Mab is, for the most part, functioning, assuming that she's being truthful and honest with you and explaining things as an oracle would, which is not unreasonable to assume from the way that she's been treating you guys since you guys have let loose the Winter Lady. She is in your debt, and she is considering this part of her paying of the debt, which is very important to her. So she is going to have a ton of knowledge as long as it is connected to her domain and to her specific interests.
Right.
But there is some generalized information that she's not going to have access to. And so Is it possible that you can get information that she does not have or does not have access to through Consult Oracle? Yes. But you also know that dealing with oracles is inherently problematic, especially if you use a generalized one, just because kind of the cryptic nature of oracles.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'm wondering, like, much like we tried to do with the location of Dalseth's prison, could we find somebody who knows what the Night King's plans are vis-a-vis capturing On? Like, if these plans are in motion, could we potentially find somebody who knows what he's planning and knows
Potentially.
when it will go down? Yeah.
Oh, our favorite oracle, the old guy who Morin is best friends with.
Shadow Mantle?
Yeah.
And
Is he an oracle?
He could be.
what I would say to that is that, like, that is the beginning of a conversation where, if you're like, hey, how would we go about this? That could be something you consult Oracle on, but it also could be something to discuss with Mab, right?
Mhm.
Where, and that's kind of how she's saying things, right? She's explaining that she doesn't want to take direct action. She doesn't want to interact with things directly. She wants to get context first. She wants to go after things sort of at an angle while she's learning what the modern world,
Mhm.
which, as she's saying, you can tell she's constantly drawing on Winter Power, where, like, as I learn the mortal world is, like, currently happening while she's talking to you.
Mhm.
So, if you kind of say, hey, how do we go about this indirectly? That does seem to line up with what she's been talking about.
Okay. Queen Mab. First of all, how did they used to tell time?
Ooh, that is a cool thing. Hang on.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Ooh.
Ba.
Wait,
Can
we
I
have
pull
so
it
many,
up?
so many
Let me see if I
dates.
can pull it up quickly.
Weren't we talking about
If I
time,
can't.
Kylie?
Yeah, we were, because there was something about, like, a seal is longer than an hour, and so the day would be divided into, like, 11 instead of 12.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that went anywhere.
We have
I
a whole
don't.
date from before the courts.
So, one, I don't think that's a thing that you've brought up in game.
No.
Or is that
It's not.
That's a
It was a
conversation
private,
Josh and
it was a
I
private
had.
conversation, Gary.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like,
This is
I
an
don't
AV
remember that conversation.
See your way out.
Because yes, that is true. That the days of Suban are divided in chunks of 11 now with the
Fucking knew it.
the use of seals.
Yep.
Oh, 11, like 11 dudes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow.
Like 11 bad dudes.
Instead of 12 deities?
13.
13.
13 deities?
Oh, is the old time system like base 13?
Well, I'm just
Base
making an
13?
assumption. I'm making an
Yeah.
assumption.
Oh
That'd be
yeah,
cool.
you asking about the gods made me think. Maybe that's the case.
Well,
Yes. So the short version is I don't have my note because I wasn't thinking of talking about this today. So I don't have it pulled up in my notes. The short
yes.
version is yes, that the old time system uses base 12 and base 13 for most things, where base 12 is the basic things, where anything that is special is base 13.
Mhm.
So having 12 months in a year, having 12 hours in each section of the day, but then having a 13th thing that gets used as sort of error correction, right? So
Reaping night.
things like Reaper's Night, or more like the like Reaper's Night is just on kind of a
Reaper's Night
normal
isn't
day
that's
of the
just
year.
a moon thing.
Feasting
day and fasting
yes,
day?
yeah. So the days of feasting, the days of fasting, so the sort of in between days in the year, which for our real world equivalent, we would have as, I think it is it 28, either the 28th or 29th, whatever the extra day for February is.
29.
So 29th.
29th. So the 29th of February is a course correction for the calendar. The old timekeeping system has the same thing, only everything is a 13th thing that gets added on. So a 13th section added to ledgers for corrections for things that happen, that don't get connected to things in any particular month of the year. But yes, so the idea of 12 is normal and 13 is special, and 11 was not something that was used, is part of the old world, is part of the old system. But yes, and Mab would know this intrinsically and would not have to look at notes. But she would explain that yes, that this used to be the system.
Very interesting. All right. What was I actually going to ask her? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Well, you asked her what the time was.
No, I know, but I was going to actually ask her something else. What were we talking about before that? Oh, we're trying to figure out an oracle, how we could, yeah. So Mab, the only pressing issue with the time of retrieving Delseth's soul is our vision concerning Ondasong and her murder by the Night King. And so if we could have any way of discerning when this vision may occur, that could allow us to give you the time you need to learn more about this era before interacting with Dalseth.
We have talked to Margot and have her spell signature. Can we not send to her and ask?
We could.
That seems like it. The whole sort of thesis here is that we do not interact directly with the vision at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, contacting anyone directly related to any of the characters within that vision is compromising that.
Right. If we wanted to play out correctly, where Margot does in fact kill the Night King, which is an assumption that we are making and do not know for certain, then we wouldn't want to change the vision.
Didn't Margot tell us that that's what she was going to do, or do we not trust her?
Well, she told us her goal was to kill the Night King, but that was well before we ever received the vision.
Right.
So, Mab, is there perhaps a way that you could see that this is being planned, or that someone in the Night King's court or in the House Turi would know? Because taking Ondasong is no small endeavor.
So she says, as I am learning, these different courts are all part of a greater court that is in rough outlines similar to mine own. It does not invoke enough of our treatises to be able to be in violation and need to be directly corrected as far as I can tell. At least not yet. But if this was a proper audience, you would be speaking first to one of the She. The She, if it was unable to help you or unable to give you what information you needed, would be able to pass it along to the lady. And my daughter, if she was unable to help you, would be able to pass it along to me, who would then be able to pass it along to my mother if you have done something so egregious as to warrant that kind of audience. I think going at something more indirect would be a appropriate manner to take, although I don't know enough about exactly how they function to be able to give a specific name or way to do it. You could see if there are any of their nobility that would be in the inner circle of this Night King, and take one of them. See what parts of their confidence they are willing to betray, and if there are pieces that need to be gathered from them in more direct, persuasive manners, I would not be against helping you in such information retrieval techniques. But what I tend to find with mortals is even when they become something marginally more, they retain a belief that they are the only ones that need to know what exactly is happening at the top of their organizations. And it is only when dealing with the heads of other organizations they feel a need to share anything whatsoever. If you can find the right individual to take from the Turi, then obviously taking them and extracting what you can from them would be a good method. If not, the Turi, as far as I'm able to understand it, has several allies. There are strong members among their allies that would have to have at least some knowledge of the Night King's plans in order for them to properly act as allies. Taking any one of those, or an even more indirect fashion, taking an advisor or a confidant of one of the Night King's allies would be a way to get more information. I don't know enough about them and their strengths, weaknesses, and hierarchies to be able to give you an exact thing, but hopefully my methodology can at least give you some ideas. I know that was kind of a long speech from me, and Mab talks kind of in circles a little bit, but do you guys know what she means?
So we could look into maybe going to the plane of the Iron Tower and seeing if there are any captured Whis. We could beat it out of them.
Yeah, basically she's saying, if you think that there's someone that would be in the Night King's confidence, grab them and get the information you need from them. If you don't think that he's going to do that, 'cause she doesn't think that the Night King is likely to share like good information with people of his own court. Likely the heads of an allied organization are going to be the best bet, and the more of an ally, the better. So grab either an advisor to the Night King or grab the head of one of the other organizations and get information from them. Is her method.
But the Night King is in charge of the Whis.
The
No,
Turi.
the Whis. Yeah, the Night King's folks, I think, are like going into the Shadowfell, and the Whis are spacefaring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, who's the leader of the Whis?
It's that big smelly guy that we saw in the
In the video.
He's with the Imperium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like a giant.
Right.
Although I think the deal that the Whis made with the Imperium was that the Whis were going to leave space to the Imperium. Am I remembering that?
I thought it was leaving certain
parts of
spaces
space.
in space, and then they would take over the Legion's part. Right? But they have to beat the Legion first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which we suspect they're struggling to do.
Then yeah, like perhaps the plan of the Iron Tower does seem like a good idea. At the very least, we can check if Aegis had a good nap.
I agree. Because also,
The only other
think-
thing that feels time sensitive right now is the key to the rings. If the changeling mirror
Hmm.
leaves, then we
I
might
don't
not be able to catch up.
believe that key is specific to the rings. It is specific to the location of that mirror.
Yeah.
So if it leaves, then we just go elsewhere.
It was the last known location of that mirror, is what I understood it as.
Gary,
Oh.
intervene.
In what way?
Tell us who's right.
Do we have full truth about the key that takes us to the changeling mirror?
The key takes you to where the dements the changeling mirror is attached to. Yeah, the domain of change, or the dements of change.
So it is not specific to where the mirror is at any given moment.
Correct.
But if it's their dements, then that is like with them.
Probably has a way to, at bare minimum, has a way to connect to it. It's sort of like, if something could get into your dements, if it has the ability to get out of your dements to where you are, it has a way to get from A to B, right? Mm-hmm. Where like the other players were able to go from the mortal world into your dements because they're next to you, and then they were able to step out again. That is a thing that can be done.
The other reason I kind of like going to the Plane of Iron Tower is because Aegis, is like someone I would feel confident confiding in about the situation with On, because he seems very pragmatic.
But he is also allied with On, right? They're good friends.
But we're not killing On off.
But we're using her as bait.
Yeah, I think he would be down with that, to be honest.
It's a gamble.
Oh, he might also be able to help us with like what's happening right now as well. With like what the current events are.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely do want to talk to him. I'm okay with this plan. But I do think we need to be careful telling him exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Cool.
That
is my vote.
I'm currently sitting here trying not to have a panic attack because apparently on my NPC spreadsheet, at some point I deleted the tab for the Whis.
Oh no.
And I don't know when that is, and I don't see a version in the version history that has it on there. So that's a moment that's going to have to.
Gary adjusts the story to say all the Whis died.
Oh no, they're definitely not dead.
They lost the war.
It's me going like, who is the Lord of the Whis, which is I know a thing that you guys have, and I know I have a whole page on. Like I my spreadsheet has shitloads of tabs, and there should be a whole set of tabs that's basically just here's the Whis court, here's the head of the Whis, here's who the different notable figures are and what they're doing and all that sort of stuff. And that tab is just not here, and I'm wondering like, did I not put it on the master spreadsheet for some reason? Did I put it somewhere else? Like I'm going to leave that alone for right now, but I'm just like, I'm kind of annoyed that it's not where I need it to be.
Did you get the notification when you loaded into Roll20 for upgrading our game?
Yeah, jump gate.
Are you going to ever click that button? I feel like that could fuck you over so bad.
I'm not going to touch it unless I just happen to get a bunch of time at some point to try to figure out more information about it.
Seems scary.
But yeah, so I'm less concerned with pressing that button on this campaign than I am on the mice campaign, because I use a lot more like templates and player tools and things that are helpful for players and stuff that's only in Roll20 on the mice campaign. For you guys, almost everything that I have is like in here is all stuff that is copy pasted from my notes, or stuff that's backed up in other places, right? There's very little stuff that I have in Roll20 that is not duplicated elsewhere. And like you guys aren't constantly making new character sheets and stuff in Roll20 like the other campaign is. So if and when I do go to Jumpgate, I will definitely be doing it for this campaign before I do it for the other one. Anyways, yeah, sorry, I wasn't listening as well as I could have been while I was having my minor freakout.
We're doing a 180 as usual, and we're going to the plane of the Iron Tower. We're gonna go see our old buddy, our sleepy dragon friend.
Yeah, I think the idea is that the plane of the Iron Tower accomplishes the stuff that we need to accomplish in this very moment. Mab has warned us off against going into space, and the rings are very scary.
Okay.
At least that's how I feel. I kind of afraid to go into the infinite rings.
Yeah, me too. It's been built up so much. I'm kind of like, there's no way this place isn't gonna fuck us up. Yeah.
Well, I just know what's in there at this very moment, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
There's so much going on in there, and also like, do we really even need to go? I mean, we can to figure out your soul thing, but
Well, Drock has to have a blood feud with the other
right.
Summer Knight.
Only
Yeah.
once. We
So-
could.
Because you guys have not talked to Mab about the rings, because like someone said that she scared you off from her. She's scaring you off from
Space.
from
Dalseth.
Dalseth, not from the rings. Okay.
We are scared on our own.
Okay. Well, mostly I'm just making sure I'm understanding that correctly because she's not said anything about the rings.
No.
So making sure that that's not something that is getting conflated. That
Mm-hmm.
she has made a comment about that or something like that. Okay.
Did I ask her about the last orb and Guinevere? I don't think I did. I know I asked her about the orb she gave me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've talked to her for a lot of calendar time, and I'm forgetting things.
Mm-hmm. So you asked her. She was able to retrieve one of the orbs for you, right? She drew it
Yes.
from the other.
But did we ask her about Guinevere? And I know we found
We
out that
did not.
Guinevere betrayed her daughter. But that was from somebody else.
That was from Summer.
Yeah.
So plan is give Mab time to orient herself in the modern world. Go to the plane of the Iron Tower.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Is that okay with you, Gary? Are we allowed to do that?
You could.
I don't want
to do
to.
that. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm not being railroaded.
Can the DM find the splash screen for the plane of the Iron Tower right now is the current question that I'm trying to figure out. Because ideally, it would just be labeled the plane of the Iron Tower. But I can see that that's not how that's labeled. So
I feel like you showed it to us recently when we saw Summer, right? She gave us like a glimpse.
think so.
I think you just described it. I don't think we saw it.
I thought we saw a
Because I
picture
know
of
you saw the
Dragon's Den.
windows.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just have a very vivid imagination.
Maybe I just did such a good job describing it. They painted the picture for you in your mind. No. Let me see if that's definitely not the right page. So I guess I'll ask this before I get to set aside from it. But is there and is it really going to be faster for me to just make a new page than find this one? That makes me annoyed. My organizational skills sometimes leave a lot to be desired. Is there anything else that you think you want to ask Mab prior to ending this conversation?
Well,
will we be able to find her again if we go, like, if we leave and then come back? Will she still be here? Like, I guess we could ask her, like, where will you be and how will we find you to fulfill our bargain?
So she kind of looks over at you and then says, I am all of winter. If you cannot find a way to contact some part of winter, then I don't think that our dealings are likely to be resolved.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sink or swim.
I will say that, like, looking at Mab, it is kind of impossible not to get her spirit signature.
Spirit signature.
Her spell signature. Sorry, her spell signature. Because her spell signature, she sort of wears on her sleeve. You like I said, like when you look at Mab, there's no confusion of like who she is. Like, you know that is her before she even says her name. By that same token, you get the impression that you could use that to do ascending to her without feeling like it would be difficult to do. Now, what her reaction to that would be is, potentially something else. But if you have permission to send to her, you do not think it's going to be a bad thing. So yeah. So she takes Sap and App, imprisons them in her little pocket dements, and then, turns away from you to go and continue to learn. She turns away from you and opens up her little portal into her own dements. That is that huge sea of the shifting pieces, like shards of ice, and doesn't like dismiss you, but like when the conversation's over, she just turns away from you without saying anything and just goes back to goes to what she's doing.
Fair enough.
All
right. So you guys will be able to head from here back to the Trock would like to know how to become the Winter Knight. So yeah, no other questions for Mab. Go to your ship, head to the plane. Yes.
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 All right. So you guys head back onto the ship. And how do you guys want to get to the plane of the Iron Tower? You have it as a location on the map. Is that the plan? Is go to the map location? Is there something else you want to do? Or is it just sort of, we have a button that says teleport to here, hit button?
I don't like the way he's asking that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think we should send Aegis ascending
Yeah.
of a badly photoshopped version of our arriving at the Battle of Hardhome, but it's at the plane of the Iron Tower. And the meme text at the bottom says, "Coming in hot."
just text him, "You up? Yo, you up?
You up?"
You,
Also, Griffle's muscles are really huge.
in
this photo.
the Photoshop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's before she didn't train athletics anymore.
Aw.
Yarp.
Okay, yeah. I can do ascending to Aegis and say, we would like to speak with you. Can you give us your coordinates to teleport to you? We have much to discuss. Griffle still has residual muscles, even though she stopped working out.
You're using planner sending.
Yeah.
You cast planner sending, and it doesn't do anything.
Damn it.
The spell sort of frays and fails.
There's some shit going on there.
Oh no.
It could be that like nuclear interference, like what was happening with
EMP.
when the courts were attacked. Yeah.
So, I mean, Drock is
real quick. So you're knowledgeable enough about rituals and spellcraft at this point to be able to recognize the difference between kind of some different versions of what might be happening. The idea of, oh, there's like a block in the way, right? The idea that there's some sort of interference between where you are and where you're doing the sending, you kind of know what that should feel like. You've felt certain things like that. You've also felt like when basically you get like call forwarding, where you get sent off to somebody else, or you get sent to like an answering machine or something. That sort of idea, that is something that your character would be fairly familiar with. This doesn't feel like that. This feels like the ritual itself didn't work. This wasn't the ritual finished and then you tried to do it and it hit a barrier, it hit a block, there was some sort of problem. It was you completed the ritual and then the ritual just fizzled.
Yeah, so I have to choose a plane. Does that mean that would I infer that he was not on the plane?
Yeah, so you get something along the lines of you're missing a component piece. So doing ascending to him on the plane of the Iron Tower, if you got the wrong plane, that is how this would happen, right? That's what would happen is that it would just fail.
Yeah.
And that's what happens, is it just failed.
So Drock is here, right? Could he contact Mother Summer, who could contact Aegis?
So,
because
go ahead, sorry.
Dragons are a summer thing, right? They're more summer than winter. Like, I would only go through summer because she's the one who awakened the dragons. But if Mab if I would infer that Mab could tell us what's up.
So for clarity there, the thing that you're talking about isn't necessarily that dragons are more summer associated. It's the genetic memory of dragons is, and like what a dragon is and kind of their bloodline and what that represents. Dragons are mortal. Io is immortal. So it's inherently a Seelie thing because it is creatures without nature having a major deal, larger scale interaction with a creature of nature. So that's the reason it's Seelie, not the dragons themselves are more summer court aligned. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like even when they're reestablishing that connection, that's basically summer using summer power for what it's supposed to do. It's using the Seelie Accords. It's seeing something that should be functional, that now that you've done enough stuff with it and you guys have read the Seelie and Unseelie Accords, you know that one of the things that was being maintained actively by summer would be that connection that the dragons have with a creature of nature. And the reason that the dragons didn't have it anymore is because the Seelie weren't around to maintain the connection. So as soon as the thing that you're saying is like the awakening of the dragons was basically just from the perspective of summer, them living up to their end of the bargain, them putting things as it should have been. Which that might make the dragons like them, but that doesn't make the dragons more summer aligned.
Okay.
Right. I'd say we just go in.
Rip it.
Yeah.
I don't care. Who
If
cares?
no one objects, I'm just gonna hit the button to send us.
Wait, wait. How do we get back to our ship? Didn't we? How did we get to the room we're in?
Map.
I mean, maybe we're hand waving all of that, but
She
transported us with her, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
Got off. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you got teleported here because Mab used her dements to transport you, right? She stepped you in on one of those big shards of ice, took you to where the Winter Lady was, right? Because she's connected to all parts of her court. Her being able to reach out and take the orb from the Witch of the Fens is because she is connected to everything that is Winter. So her going to the Winter Lady, it doesn't matter where the Winter Lady is or what the Winter Lady's doing. Mab can always go to the Winter Lady. And so she took you all with, and then if you guys remember, on the trip to go to the Winter Lady, when you were inside her dements, she fucked with time to do fantastic recuperation for you all.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So yeah, what I'm going to assume is she goes, when I said like she turns back and goes through the thing while you guys are getting ready to go. The kind of understanding there is that while she's opened up the portal and looking into her dements, whenever you guys are ready to go, you'll step through with her, and then she will take you back to your ship, or she'll take you back near your ship, and you can go from the comet to get back to your ship.
Cool. Let's do that.
Do it.
Ba-doop.
Is there any notifications waiting for me on the ship?
Great question. Let me look.
Because there usually is.
No. So very little time has passed from their perspective. It's only been like 4 seals. And primarily what the ship did is once you guys left, they stopped shadowing the comet. They just pulled back so that they weren't going to be attacked all the time, because the ship was under attack when you guys left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so they just withdrew to a safe distance, assuming that you guys were going to go do what you're going to go do and would come back to them. So they are near the comet in distances when you're talking like outer space distances, but nowhere near if you're talking about like terrestrial distances. They are a long ass way away.
Yeah.
But it is not
Can they
difficult.
send one of the Can they send one of the discs to pick us up?
I mean, they'd have to fly closer and then send a disc to pick you up. But yes, so they can accelerate to match the comet again. Now they're not getting mountains trucked at them anymore. It's very easy to go from one surface to the next, and you're able to make it back aboard. And there's sort of no pressing messages other than the fact that the crew themselves are looking for some downtime when they can, right? Because they've been on effectively high alert. Holy shit, everything's hitting the fan for like 8 hours at this point, because you guys had to do a bunch of stuff to prepare and to accelerate up to the comet and then do all this other stuff. And then while you guys were gone, they were just sort of on alert, preparing for everything to go poorly, or preparing to jump in if needed. So when they get back, the main thing is that the crew does look like they need some downtime. They need some time to change from having most of the crew on duty to having sort of a lesser a crew that's often doing stuff. Now, that doesn't mean you guys can't go to where you're going, but that is the only thing that's really changed, is that the crew seems to be like, hey, this is the end of a long workday for them, whereas you guys have had a full night's rest between then and now.
Yeah. Kind of weird how that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, mortals, right?
Yeah. I don't know. What do we reckon, team?
Sounds like engage the ship.
Where's the nearest?
Teleport to the plane of the Iron Tower. Is that?
Where's the nearest port?
Presumably, once we're at the plane of the Iron Tower and we sort out whatever's happening there, we can, like, unless we find out something else that is incredibly, like, time dependent, we could have some downtime.
Yeah, because that's going to be the reaction of the crew when you get back is, hey, we've just sort of completed this really scary major thing, right? Like, remember that most of your crew, these guys are used to, before they were joining your crew, they were used to being on ocean going vessels that, went from port A to port B and had months long travel with lots and lots of not necessarily downtime, but not constant high energy, high action. And so coming back to the
I'm
crew and saying,
aware.
cool, yeah, we're jumping into a war zone, is going to be a bit much for the crew.
Well, should we just wait 8 hours before we jump?
We
Or
could.
do we feel like that's a bad idea?
I feel like we can spare it.
So I could do a Wheel or Woe for the low cost of 1 healing surge.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
If we can get more information about, like, so I guess the question is, like, should we go now or should we wait? Right?
Yeah. So so I can basically
wait, hang on.
ask.
Wheel or Woe can't do that far in the future, can it?
No, all I can do is say if we jump right now,
Right.
Wheel or Woe.
Okay.
That's what we want to do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the question, right? Is the question if we jump right this moment, is it good or bad for us? Is it because, like, you have to say, like, whether the chosen action will benefit or harm you or an ally? You kind of have to pick, right? So, like, is this going to be a benefit for us? Is this going to be a benefit for me? Is this going to be a benefit for the crew? Like, what's the thing you're looking at?
I mean, I guess for the party, but knowing that my well-being and the party's well-being is intrinsically tied to the happiness of the crew.
What if you did Aegis?
Yeah, I could also do Aegis.
Mm.
I also have fantastic recuperation. Could I just do that on the whole crew?
1 second.
Okay. But we could also do Wheel or Woe.
So could you fantastic recoup?
Uh-huh.
Yes, but the implication for pretty much all these things, it's you and your allies, is that it only affects, like, a small group, right?
Right.
So you wouldn't be doing that for the whole crew, but you could do it with, like, hey, let's do, like, the leadership of the crew, right? So you could do, like, the bosun and then, like, the lead gunner and your ward master, and, like, so you could kind of get, like, I don't say the only important people, but, like, the heads of the different tasks on board the ship. You could fantastically recoup them, and there is another shift of the general crew that has not been active. So that is something you would be able to do, and that would have an impact on the crew's morale.
Okay. So, okay, can I do first a Wheel or Woe for Aegis if we are to jump in the next 30 minutes?
Read omens. To make sure that So, again, I'm going to make the assumption that you get off of the ship, right? You float off to the side in space to cast the spell because it doesn't work on the ship. But when you go off the ship and you sort of fuel it with your own life force, you put your energy into the spell and send it off into the world, it fails. Same thing as the sending. It doesn't work. It doesn't feel like you're not getting an answer. It just feels like there's a piece you're missing.
Wait.
Okay. What?
We're on the Prime at the moment, right? We're like tailing Avar's comet.
Correct.
Okay.
Also, if his spell signature changed and we couldn't send to him, it's possible that Wheel of Woe wouldn't work for the same reason.
I know. I was just thinking that. Could I do Wheel or Woe for us if our ship goes to the plane of the Iron Tower in the next 30 minutes? Wheel or Woe.
All right, and remind me, is your Arcana or Religion better, or are they the same?
Arcana is better.
And do you have I think you have a scry thing, right? You pull out your token for me, please.
Yeah.
But it is not technically a scrying ritual. Okay.
But I do divination rituals as if I were 4 levels higher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That part I remember. I just didn't remember because I know you had like an item, but the item is questions and scrying.
Yes.
You drag your token out for me, and then I will.
I did. It's very tiny because the map is very large. It's over here at Stone Statue. Top left.
Oh, yeah. The map is very large. That is why I did not see it. All right. Hang on, I need to turn off. I have all of these reminders and power macros from the fight that need to get turned off because it is cluttering the bottom of my screen. All right. There we go. All right, so the question is, what happens if we go there right now?
Yeah.
You get both Wheel and Woe as a result from the spell. It does seem to work on you all.
Okay. Then I think let's do the recuperation and hit it.
Send everyone else to bed, recuperate the main people. Go do the thing.
Yeah, so fantastic recoup on the leaders of the crew, and then having the current on duty crew swap in that time. To the other
crew. Just question. Like we have shared quite a bit of like what we're doing with the crew, at least in terms of like where we're going and why we're going there and stuff. Do they understand the scale of like what we're trying to accomplish, right?
Sometimes, but it's a thing of you guys do tell them some pieces of what's happening, but their ability to kind of comprehend what's going on, since they don't mostly leave the ship, is a bit limited, right? If you tell them, hey, we're gonna go do this thing for a fairy queen, they're like, okay.
Right. Oh well. I'll get them on board with this.
Yeah, so you can spend the hour of Fantastic Recoup to bring them up to speed to a certain degree.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. Like, I don't think I'll tell them anything super. Like, I won't tell them about like the vision of Arn or anything like that. But I'll give them like the scale of like what we're fighting and why it's important.
So, I like the idea of Griffle trying to do this, but not being very good at talking in front of a crowd for that. And I would like
Well,
to
it wouldn't be a
interject
crowd because
with
it's just the leaders. Hang on.
my natural bard proclivities, and give a rousing like a Beowulf style poem of what we're doing.
I will say that mostly the reaction that you get is so Garvu, who's the bosun. He's going to be one of the people that's brought into the Fantastic Recoup. He's going to basically say leaving it as a high level overview for the crew is probably best. Because he doesn't want them to be distracted, right? So, and he's used to the captains kind of informing him of what's going on and then letting him give the crew the pieces that they need to be able to function. That's
I think
more or
that's
less
good. I
his
think
job.
that's what we'll do. But then, like, I do think that I want to make a point because, like, we haven't really done this in the past. But I don't want to go through the motions of like role playing it out every single time. But I think I do want to make a point of bringing the crew leadership a little bit more in on what we're doing and what happens when we go and come back.
Gotcha. So I'm looking at things right now. One thing that's going to happen during this Fantastic Recoup is someone is going to sort of, join the call, join the conversation, and watch from a distance. He's not going to be involved in the conversation that you guys are having, and doesn't look like he wants to be involved in the casting of the Fantastic Recoup. But as the group returns to the ship and says, like, hey, here's what the plans are, here's where we're going next, here's what we're doing, you see the Myrmidon come up from the bottom of the ship and sort of listen in to what the plan is. Would you guys say anything specific to him? Because he doesn't react. He doesn't have any facial expressions, so it's a little difficult to see what his opinion is on things. But he does pay attention to this discussion of what you guys are doing and where you're going.
I would.
Yeah, go ahead. What would you say to the Myrmidon?
He's my buddy. I would say
he's probably waiting for us to like actually do what we said we promised we'd do.
Mm-hmm. I would say our current focus is to gather intel on the Night King so that we can lead to his downfall, which we hope will free your queen.
And he kind of like sends through a confused thing of like the way that you're structuring this conversation and the way that I'm imagining Griffle's telling to the crew isn't as direct as that, right? This is like high level. This is all the stuff they're doing. So like he's asking you, is the explanation you're giving to the crew a lie, or is what you're telling me a lie?
Sorry, what is Griffle saying to the crew? I stepped away from
So I'm giving them the context of like, hey, our fight is against the adversary. We know that the Night King is like we know that the Night King is affected by the adversary. Like we need to go and get some intel about the Night King, and we believe that the Iron Tower is the best place to be able to do that. We have like our friend Aegis is there. And so that's kind of like the rough, I would give them a little more detail than that, but that's the rough overview that I'm giving them.
So I think to the Formian Knight, I would say, and this is all telepathic, right? So Griffle has not shared with the crew that defeating the Night King will free your queen, but that is also a part of this. And I would try to share with him the vision that we had with the queen, where she woke up and the Night King kind of like put her back in place.
So, and when you share bits and pieces of that vision, the Myrmidon would send back, how do you have this, and is this a thing that has passed? Is this a thing that will be?
This is a thing that has passed. We saw it when we freed the Queen of Summer.
And you get this thing of like, oh, so you know that the Night King needs to be destroyed in order for him to not be able to do that. You're not doing something to free the queen right now, but freeing her, if she can be put back under as easily as that, would do nothing. So what you are doing now is trying to prevent the escape from being temporary. So in that way, he can understand. Like, he doesn't get the sort of speech that is happening to the crew. That perspective doesn't mean a lot to him. It's very indirect from his perspective. But if you're like, no, we saw that if we free her, or if she gets free, she can be put back under by this thing. So we need to take down that other thing, not just free her. He can say, okay, that makes sense to my perspective. And seems more okay with you guys going and doing something that he considers to be not directly applicable to what you agreed to. So it sounds like fire up the engines, fantastic recoup finishes, and you guys head off?
I think so.
I
Yeah.
believe so.
So I need a dungeoneering check from our... We don't teleport that often. I mean, we do, but the teleport part that matters doesn't happen that often with the ship anymore.
No.
This is not the manifest. Where are the rules for teleporting the ship? I feel like it should be under the airship section, but it does not appear to be. Is it in your helmet?
Oh, puppy.
No, that's the ship notifications.
Plane shift can be cast through the emergency spatial anomaly transformer or through the spectral shift navigation matrix. This costs 5% power.
Yeah, where is that?
Or another, it's under Superstition's
That's-
End, under airship.
That's the
okay.
ESAT.
Yep,
You're
yep.
using the ESAT.
No, you're using the plane shift.
Plane shift.
There we go. That's the thing I need.
This is Arcana check.
So the helm is the thing that lets her do the astral helm is the thing that lets her use the dungeoneering for Arcana. So 27. So self-explanatory. I mean, name. Yeah, well, and the DCs aren't scaled DCs. It's based on a couple of different things. One of which is the destination. So as you go, you can feel the ship's engines. You know, the rings go up. It distorts the ship into that sort of strange oval or football-like bubble around the ship, and then the ship goes to fire. As the ship goes and slips along through the sort of gaps between the planes as it makes it to where it's going, you can sense that there is significant interference between where you are and where you're going. You can tell before you get there that there's going to be problems. Sorry, I'm reading up some stuff.
Hang on. 6 deaths! Guys, the 6 that were taken. Is this where they were taken from?
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe.
Wait, what?
There's also
What was the
3
question?
deaths.
I think people are looking at the map and being like, hey, a lot of these names mean things.
A lot of these
Yeah.
names are like
We've
mean
always
more
thought
to
they
us
meant
now with
something. We just-
context.
Mhm.
Yeah, we always
Well,
knew
what
they
is-
meant something. We just didn't know what they meant.
What does
No, no,
thousand
no.
knives mean?
I didn't mean that to be
1,000.
dismissive, like you guys weren't paying attention. More along the lines of, hey, we have context to understand more of this stuff now.
Yeah, we haven't seen this map for quite some time.
Mhm.
Now we have a lot more context. I like the 6 that were taken is like 6 deaths. I feel like there's a, and isn't that that's, what is that? Where's the old map where it's got the language groups on it?
It's in prosperity. It's in prosperity, but it's under the pin with the map of the reach, and it's the message after the map of the reach.
Or
Right,
it's in the prosperity doc.
Or that.
it is. Yeah.
I'm gonna unpin that message and pin the one below it that has the language map on it, because
Oh,
that is the
okay.
one that we
That's in the
actually use these
Shadowfell.
days.
A Shadowfell, and it's Draconic in the Draconic language group.
Mm-hmm.
Those fucking dragons.
But who are the 3 deaths?
That's an elemental chaos. So I wonder if that might be some primordials.
There's a lot of things that have died.
Hmm.
Fallen Court of Autumn. Is that the 3rd court?
Wait, there's all sorts of stuff in here. There's like Hope's Light.
Mm-hmm.
Infinite Barrier. We've been to Infinite Barrier.
I don't think so.
Okay, I think we've talked about the Infinite Barrier though as one of 2 potential things. Infinite Barrier, because it's on the prime material plane, is sort of like the blocker for the infinite rings, or as the sort of blocker for the City of the Gods, the other place.
Oh,
Celestia?
Celeste. Yeah.
Yeah, one of those 2. That was a long time ago we talked about that.
Court of Blades could be the home of the of Merc and the
I think
Thing
it might
Goblin.
be. Considering it's in the Goblin Land and it's in the wilds.
Pandemonium Stone could be where Pandora is.
Yeah. We'll have to go there at some point, I'm sure.
Gary, since I know Abyssal, do I know what Razantad and Karangar and Vrishra mean?
I think that's Vorsha.
Vorsha?
1 second.
We know
Or
what Gorderic
Vorsha.
means, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
No,
we
don't.
No doubt.
No, don't.
So Karagar is sort of an affectation of the word for prison or to imprison something. And Rastal is the deep pit or the black whirl.
The deep pit.
I want to go to Godforge, guys.
And Vrasha is the rain. So it is the idea of. Hang on, let me make sure that I'm saying this correctly. Yes. So Vrasha is like the greatest rain. Is basically the only reference is in an old abyssal tale of kind of like the like the flood, right? So like think of like Noah's Ark. It is rain in the context of like if you had a special word for the 40 days of rain that flooded the whole world, that is the story of the Vrasha.
Gary, this is more meta than this. Are the words in I guess that's the Forerunner language? Are those like what people used to write on clay tablets in like Rome or whatever?
Cuneiform. Yes.
Yeah, it is based on cuneiform. Yeah.
Okay. That's funny.
It's not actually that, but it is a similar. Like it is something. It is a conlang that very much use cuneiform as the inspiration.
Wonder how
That would
Alana's
feed a lot
research
of-
is coming.
So I know we kind of paused for a second because like people are like, "Hey, what are all these things in the maps?" So if you guys want to say other or like ask about other things, or because again we haven't looked at the map in a little while, I'm sort of pausing my description of the teleportation to the Iron Tower.
Oh, okay,
for
yeah.
stuff like that.
Can we ask a round of questions about? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like what you're doing
Are there
anyways.
any-
So
Are there any places on this map that the helm can match up with places that we've been? For example, I feel like where is it? I spotted it earlier.
Most of the places we've been in space are on the Prime.
Yeah.
if it's not on
So
the- if it's not-
I feel like Summer's End is somewhere that we went to when we were in the weird tower thing.
okay.
The
So
weird
you're asking
tower.
like where Summer's End is?
But that was in the wilds, no?
Well, yeah. Well, I guess I'm asking, do any of the locations that, because we've gone through a lot of portals and done a lot of hopping around and stuff to places that we don't necessarily know where we are in context.
Yeah.
I'm asking the helm, is there anything that matches up with these places that we've been to?
Gotcha. So short answer is yes. The longer answer is it would take a little while to go through from my notes to connect things together.
Okay.
But for example, you've been to White Sands. White Sands on the map is someplace that you guys know just straight up that is a place that you've been to. Same with Guederig. And you guys know that you've gone to the Pillars of Creation because where the Pillars of Creation is, you guys did the dip to shed a bunch of your time when you guys were doing stuff, dipping through planes. You've been there as well. So also on the map, Silver Spire is a place that you guys have been to. Silver Spire is Silver Spire on the map.
What I'm meaning is is there anywhere that we've been to that we didn't know that matched up? I can well conceive of a time where we've been somewhere and then we didn't know where we were because we stepped through a portal to get there.
Right. I'm giving you an answer from my notes, so I'm kind of going from the obvious to the less obvious.
Okay. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
That's fine. So you guys know you've been to the City of Brass, or you are aware of the connection with the City of Brass because you guys saw the portals when you guys were on Matsevo, and Matsevo is really close to someplace on this map. It's really close to. It's not exactly at the location of, but it's close to the edge of madness. So you would be able to get pretty close to where Matsevo is, which is really far within the cause, by going to Edge of Madness first and then dipping through the cause there.
Yes.
So there's that. And then yes, so where Summer's End is someplace you've been before, although it is not from when you were inside the prison. Instead, Summer's End was the audience chamber where the Queen was reaching out and doing stuff from. So when you go into the Heart of the Star and you go to her palace that had the windows where she reached through the windows and did stuff, that is in the Fel. So that is Summer's End.
Hell yes.
So that is a place that you guys know where it is. With the context of being added of having other things added in, you do know that where Sorrow and Darkness is located is the other side of the thing that you unlock where Murk was. So Merc's containment area where you woke him up is that location on the map. So you know that's where that one is. You know where the plane of the Iron Tower is, obviously, because you guys have been there and done stuff with it before. Let me see. I have a note that you've been this. I have a note on here that says you've been in this location, but I don't know what it's connected to.
What's it called?
Hang on.
Gary, when we first got the ship, we went to a place with a giant skeleton hand, and I've been thinking about it forever.
One second. Okay. That's why I was having a hard time with it. So you guys have been to the Smoldering Gate, and that is where the pass is located. So actually the thing that you were just describing, which is the giant what is the name of the pass? Hang on. I have to look that up.
Oh, that's right, because we said go to the mountain.
Oh yeah.
But you use a term that is like a location. Saber Pass, yeah. So Saber Pass is where the Smoldering Gate is, where it took you to the corpse of this giant thing.
That's funny.
And I also have listed that you guys have been to the Hall of the Horned King, but I don't see I don't see what my note says that when you did this. So
I don't think we've actually been to the Iron Tower, have we?
No.
No,
but you know where
not
it is.
yet.
Yeah,
I'm saying like you look like you know that is that location. I have a note that says that there's something you guys have done at the Hall of the Horned King, but my notes don't say anything else other than it is a thing that you guys have or that you're aware of. So I might have to take some time to figure out what that's supposed to mean.
What does it say we did?
It just I just have a notation, like I color code the map for things that you guys either know about or have been to. And then if you have something that's like you see it in a vision or something like that, then it is colored that you have like reliable information of it. I have it colored like it's part of a vision, but I'm looking at the list of visions and it's not one of the vision locations. So I'm not sure.
One we haven't received yet?
Maybe.
I don't think so. Oh, I know what it's from. That is mismarked. Okay, sorry. So you have interacted with something that was there, but you guys have not been there or seen the stuff from it because it was you guys did divinations on something that was there. And I'm just marked it as you guys experienced it, but I don't think the questions that you said you were going to ask were the actual questions you asked.
Can't imagine why.
But that's why there's a blank spot, but it has the color coding. I'm like 90% sure that's what happened.
Was it the little wilds guy?
The character
Oracle?
that it was the notation is from the guy, and when you asked him like what was the greatest thing he'd ever done,
Yeah,
he said
that's
when
exactly
when
what I
my
thought.
Yeah. Wait, that was like my session like 3 or 4 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a long way away.
It was years ago.
Yeah.
So that is the notation from that.
The Hall of the Horned King, is that what it's called?
The Hall of the Horned King.
Yeah.
So it's a wild hunt thing.
Well, it's in the wilds. It makes sense.
It does make sense. We won't metagame that though, Gary. Don't worry.
I don't know that there's much we can.
So, I'm thinking. I was thinking, but like, there is one more on the list, but it would be something that like, it would be a question mark whether you would have the ability to really understand it. And I was like, I don't really know if that fits. And then, but thinking about it, the main way that the helm attunes to things is by spending time, right? Taking like effectively an extended rest in the thing. So you would have actually been in there long enough to recognize that the closest thing on the map to Queen Mab's demesne is labeled 3 deaths on the map.
Okay.
That is not where it is, but that is the closest thing on the map to where the primary entrance to her demesne is.
Just like
Were we in the elemental planes while working with Mab?
So you're within her demesne, which is a pocket dimension inside of the elemental chaos. And fantastic recuperation happened while you were inside. So the helm would have had the time from fantastic recoup.
Oh, so I've gone up a concordance then.
Sure. Yeah.
Because technically I had a long rest in an unknown plane.
Yep. Yeah, that would go up. That would definitely trigger it.
Yeah.
So like her thing is not your helm would be able to recognize that the Queen's demesne is not really connected to anything on the map directly. Like it's not labeled on the map. But the 3 deaths is close to a entrance to her demesne.
Hell yeah.
By the same token,
I would really like to go to Godforge, guys. I'd really like to go to Godforge.
What do we think is there?
But, yeah.
Sorry.
I have a pet theory that it is the so it's in the elemental chaos. I think it probably has something to do with the original Forge Master, as in like Forge Master's malice, and potentially might also be related to like Bedvere's family and ancestry.
Okay.
It's not pressing. Just, if we get a time for a side adventure.
So we have so much time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel
like
I mean, we've prioritized getting orbs for you so that you can admire the orbs.
I think one of many is cheating.
So one of many gets to ponder the orbs, and somebody else wants a forge to go hammer away at. That seems like a reasonable compromise.
One is just jealous of your Paragon pass, Greffel, and she wants to be an Orb Lord.
Orb Lord. All right. So, any other questions? Any other commentary on the map before we finish? Hey, we are actually teleporting to the plane of the Iron Tower.
I'm done. I'm good.
Everybody else good? I don't want to be like, are we done with this distraction so we get back to the story? But like, hey, this is you're seeing this kind of lore thing with a way more context than the other times you've seen it. I don't want to rush you guys if you guys have other things you wanted to ask about. But it sounds like we are done for the time being, and we can teleport in. So Griffel, yes, you can get that there is distortions where you're going. You get the feeling that if you try to go through, that you're going to be hitting up against some pretty heavy-duty defenses or pretty heavy-duty interference of some kind in between here and where you're going. And you think that it could potentially damage the ship. So you could sort of shunt it off. So like, here's where the plane of the Iron Tower is. These lines that connect things are kind of the back door or the kind of alleyways between dimensions. And so you could kind of stop on one of those. So you can stop like metaphysically near the Iron Tower, or you could stop on one of the ones that is adjacent to. So you can go to like Six Deaths or Rusted Bone or the Court of Blades. Or you could punch through, but you get the impression that it's gonna there is not going to be just you get to the destination. There's going to be something that is going to at least attempt to stop you from getting there.
I think we need to stay away from the Shadowfell. So, do we want to stop? Maybe Court of Blades feels like Merc's home. We could probably stop there without significant threat to our bodily autonomy.
You can also stop in the in-between, is what you said.
Yeah.
Right?
Why was there a downside to the in-between? Sorry, I missed that.
It's going to be a lot less precise. So, you get an impression like if you stop in one of the major hubs, you're going to kind of know exactly where you pop out and be able to reliably get there every time. If you stop in one of the in-betweens, it is, I don't want to say random, but like it's difficult to stop in the same place and you're not going to get as much information on where you are. It's going to be very difficult to like get back to the same place, right? So if you're trying to have some sort of more information of what is in these locations on the map, stopping in the in-betweens is not something you'd be able to return to once you've been there before and kind of know what is at this location.
Also, it just gives us more information about each of the locations as well. Like,
So, where do you guys want to go? In between, or sounds like in between or Court of Blades?
I believe, isn't it that the wilds are strongly positive and the Iron Tower, the astral plane is slightly less strongly positive, so they're still on the positive side of things. Whereas if we went to the elemental chaos, we would have to shed some time.
Correct. Yes. So
that doesn't matter if we're on that ship, though, right?
Yeah, the ship protects us, right?
To a certain degree, yes. It depends on how much you play around with the charges. But yes, the answer of the wilds is typically there are pockets of the wilds that function differently because it has its own sort of side set of rules. But generally speaking, places in the wilds are strongly positive, or at least are slightly positive. And they can be very strongly positive, and places in the Astral Sea tend to be slightly stronger positive on average. So I think you said the reverse, but they're both on the positive side.
Yeah. So going from one to the other is less of a hassle than going from elemental to astral.
Correct. And if there is some sort of interference, you think that the interference between those two locations would be easier to overcome if you're not having to also deal with changing charge.
Yeah.
Okay. And
we haven't done a lot of this type of travel on the map.
I mean, so I think the reason is because you and I have talked about this outside of game, and I think I have a little better understanding of how this works.
Which is fun, because then the rest of the group is like, I don't understand how this works. And it's like, yeah, the navigator, the pilot knows how this shit works.
But also the campaign, and correct me, I mean, the campaign is not designed around anything specifically, but the campaign was not designed around us having this specific ship, right? So
yeah, the rules for how to navigate this map were built with the assumption that the ship you would be using would either be the Celestial Dawn or something like it, which does not have the field to shed stuff that Superstitions End does. And you'd be able to acquire one of those. You could acquire one of those, but the Dawn does not have one by default.
Who owns the Celestial Dawn? Was that the ship that Arn was going to give us?
No, it was Ranky and Renser.
Yep, it's Captain Renser owns the Dawn.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So unless anyone has an objection, Court of Blades is my destination of choice.
All right. So I am going to ask for another Dungeoneering check for changing sort of midway through the destination to see kind of how close we can get. Because basically the 27 was, can you see that there is distortion where you're going? The answer is yes, but you're not able to figure out what kind of distortion is there, whether punching through is going to be especially dangerous or not. So you just know that there is an issue there. The 30, I think, gets you exactly onto the yes. So it gets you to the Guidestone location for the Court of Blades.
Hell yeah.
And basically, as soon as you pop out into the Court of Blades, do I have the picture for this? I know I have a picture for this. Can I find it quickly is the real question. Where's this? Traversing the map.
Would you have had something for Rusted Bone and Six Deaths if we'd chosen them instead?
I do have something for Six Deaths. I don't know if I know it's there. Do I have a splash screen for it already pulled up? I don't think so. Give me 1 second. If I can't find it pretty quickly, I'll just say this is what's there.
Several things that should have worked around the Iron Tower aren't working. So something's kind of going on there. Sending didn't work. A divination about someone in the plane of the Iron Tower didn't work. And now a direct teleportation along a known route is not working. Or not working properly.
Yeah, I do not have the thing to be able to pull up quickly, so I'll just do a quick description. So when you come out of the teleportation to Blades, you can tell you're getting to something that has been inputted directly into the map. And the thing that you pop out next to is this Guidestone. So in my notes, I don't have anything next to Guidestone for you guys, so I don't think you guys have actually been to one of these yet. So hang on. Do we have anyone on the crew that would know what this is? No. All right. So when you guys pop out of the teleport, you can see that there is this cloud around you of these massive chunks of stone. You're in this basically pretty dense asteroid field. Something that's kind of like the movie version of an asteroid field rather than what the normal version of an asteroid field is, because it's in movies they're all very dense, whereas in real life they're not at all. This is more like a movie version of an asteroid field where there is this ring of stone and these huge chunks of pieces, and you come out next to this long spike that looks a lot like the spire in Silver Spire, that the obelisk, but instead of it being black and this sort of like mirrored glass and surrounded by wards, instead it is a spike that is about 4 times as long as your ship. And at its thickest spot, it's about 3 times as thick as the ship plus the barrier around it. So like it's quite a bit bigger than the ship, but it's not on like a space station style size. It's not on the size of like Tantarus or something like that. So you have this huge object, and it is completely covered in runes in Supernal that when the ship first arrives light up, and then they very quickly start to die down and sink to where it is sort of the runes on the surface of the spike, on the surface of the Guidestone, are the same color as the Guidestone itself, and so that when they're not lit up, they're sort of kind of hard to read because it just looks like, it's like white writing on white background. So yeah, you guys pop up next to this and you see the stone react to your all's presence. And you can feel the sort of the sensation from the ship of adjusting to time here, of adjusting to the charge of the plane. And as the aura around the ship starts to do that, you see different things start to light up on the stone that show you things that, since you have someone who can read Supernal, they're timers, they're markers of how certain different cultures mark time. Although the ones in the center of the guide stone are in seals, and so you can see it setting two things side by side, what looks to be timers, and then very, very clearly ticking through the timers. Sorry, I was digging through all my notes. Did that make any sense to you guys?
So there's timers on this obelisk,
Mm-hmm.
and they are counting down or up.
They're counting up. So you got
And
two
they're in
timers.
multiple, and they're in different time forms. Like,
Yeah, so the ones in the preceding, and the ones in the front and the back of this big spike are in different forms. The ones that are in the middle, in the thickest part of the spike, which is right next to where you guys are, it's counting in seals, and you can see it's two timers that are moving next to each other, and one of them is moving in relationship to the other. So, like, as one of them ticks forward 1, the other one ticks forward 7. And then when it ticks to 2, it's 14. When it's 3, it's 21. So they're in a constant ratio with one another.
do we need is it different timers all along the length of it?
They're in different sections, so there does seem to be different timers. But it looks like, again, it actually looks somewhat similar to what Queen Mab did, where she created a bunch of different types of timers and then ignored all the ones. Yeah, she kind of ignored all the ones that weren't the most common use. Where it looks like, if you kind of look at how they're reacting, you think they're doing similar things in different time languages, so to speak. But the one that's in the middle looks like it's the most commonly used one.
It's hilarious that the start of the session we were like, what is time? And so now we've come to the world clock.
Yeah, I was like, is this basically like the atomic clock for our universe?
What you don't seem to see is anything that would tell you what the current time is. This doesn't seem like a clock so much as it seems like a stopwatch.
Like it's trying to help us measure how long we've been at this time rate, so that if we left, we could calculate it.
Or it's like go time from when we activated Merc. They're trying to beat their record.
Did we land between Court of Blades and Iron Tower, or Six Deaths and Iron Tower?
Neither. You landed at the Court of Blades.
Ah, okay.
So you think that the actual entry of Court of Blades on this map is specifically this guide stone. Mm-hmm. You think this is the actual thing that it is referring to on the map.
So we're just out in space, though, at the Court of Blades.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do we get to the Iron Tower from here?
Don't know. I mean, you're not even on the correct plane. The Iron Tower is on its own plane. It's in the Astral Sea.
Right. So is the idea that we could jump there from here and it would be easier to do than where we were before?
So, Morin, it's however much time since you guys ported in. And I will say that Griffle, as a pilot, and has starting to understand a lot of these things, would be able to figure out that one of Minnie's guess or her hypothesis of what this is probably correct. It's probably a tool used to measure your charge to know how much time you are gaining, or like what your charge you're gaining while you're here.
Oh.
Because again, most
Is
of the
it like
ships
a
don't
more
have this.
advanced version of the like a lot of ships have like a horizon?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Is
you
this
think that
like a
this
more
is
advanced version of that?
maybe
It's
not
probably
a
a
more
less advanced, right? It's like when you get to a train station, it's got a big clock.
But I'm guessing that
Mm.
this has the times for all of the others, like planes.
Like it's telling you how much time has passed on other planes.
Yeah.
So the only supernal I can read are numbers. There are no names or anything.
there are no labels here that you can see. You can see there is a space labeled on, like, right next to where the ship is. You can see there is a space that lights up like it should have something written on it, but there's nothing there.
Like it's forbiddenced.
Something like that.
Okay.
And yeah, the thing of it, is this like the Horizon, more or less advanced? You don't get the impression that this is more or less advanced than the Horizon. It's a different type of tool. So, like, kind of as someone said, like, it's, think of, you're at the train station and you have a giant clock. Well, rather than it being a giant clock, it's like if you were going to take trains that would go to different places in different time zones, but also the different time zones had time pass at different rates. You've got like what time it is here, and then you got, okay, what time is it in New York? What time is it in LA? What time is it in, Tokyo? And then it also includes a translation for if time passed differently on those different places, what it looks like and how it affects you, like how much, effectively how much jet lag you would have from going from here to there. Like, there are a lot of these in the setting. It's just this is the first one you guys have interacted with. So yeah, what do you guys want to do from here?
Leave.
I guess
Yeah.
we get back to where we're trying to go. Yeah. So from here, I want to try to make an attempt to make another jump. But I would like to condition it with that if there's significant resistance, then we'll abort.
Okay. So go ahead and give me the same engineering check, but give me a +4 because we're making a short jump, known locations. We have all the pieces we need. To get
I
where we're
don't
going.
have a way to do modifiers on these, so just 30.
That's fine. It's 33. Oh man, I forgot how nice this DC tool is. So you get the impression that now that you're closer, you can sort of see more stuff about it. You think that the interference is significantly less going from here to there, but there definitely is still interference. You think that it might still damage the ship if you punch through it, but you get the impression that you could punch through it. And the longer you kind of said you're going to put the caveat that if there's something there to abort, sort of having your hand on the abort thing and kind of slowly watching as it goes through, you can see that the interference is dying down. So like, you kind of test the waters a little bit, and as you're watching, like, okay, I need to evaluate this, you can see that the interference is slowly going away.
Okay. How slowly?
Let's see, with a 33, you think it's going to be maybe 2 or 3 seals before the interference has gone to either negligible or completely gone away?
I guess we could wait.
Could also do a Wheeler Woe if we.
Is there an indication of how much damage we'll take?
Doesn't know. You do not feel like it is likely to destroy the ship, but you do think it is likely to have the potential to cause quite a bit of damage to the ship.
And that's just for passing the plane boundary. That's not for like going to a specific location. Like if we tried to go like, I don't know, 5 miles away, it wouldn't be better.
You think that this is around the thing that is tied as the location here.
Okay.
So, I mean, it is potentially risky to go now, or you can try to wait and try to see if you can get a clear shot at it. It's kind of up to you guys. So, do this to make my life a little easier.
Oh my! Wait,
Hmm.
are we able to identify anything about the power, Gary?
Not at the moment, right? So you try to do it. You can recognize that there's something problematic there, but you don't really know what is causing the interference. The information Griffle is getting from the instruments is not clear enough for her to be able to see what it is.
I just had a revelation. I
Yeah.
think that the block is Aegis extending his new powers as the mirror,
Could be.
because he's sort of like that protector or shielder, so he's preventing
Oh.
things from
Preventing
coming
more
in.
people from teleporting in to stop the attack, perhaps.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. This is my theory.
That's smart.
I do not know how to go about.
Well, that means if his power is waning, that's bad.
That's bad. Yeah, we should maybe go sooner and help with that.
Yeah. I think we should go now.
I think we should risk
that is
it.
just
Yep.
purely theory. A game
No.
theory.
No, I think you're right though.
That makes a
because
lot
that
of
is his
sense.
nature. Yeah. All right. Yeah, 1. I vote 1.
Send it.
We hop out
Yeah.
at the
All
Court
right,
of
let's do
Blades.
it.
Tell the crew.
I would like to pull up our abjuration guy, whatever his name is.
The word guy.
The warder.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bring him up and get him to just reinforce everything.
Okay. So Argol is the guy's name. So you get Argol to come on board or come up to the top and basically let him know, hey, we might be having problems. And he will let you know that the ship's defenses should be in basically as good as they're likely to be. But if you think that there's a specific instance, right? Like if it's not, I need defenses for the whole ship. If you do be needing defenses for a single moment, I can concentrate them to only be in that moment. If you can pinpoint it for me, then I can realign the wards. So basically, he has like general defenses, but if he can change the defenses to be good against a single hard hit, if that's what if that's what you think is happening.
I don't think it's a single hard hit.
You don't think like when we punch through, maybe?
I mean, possibly.
If Philly's right, and it is like a shield, we're punching through a shield, there'll be a moment of impact.
Yeah.
But
Also, we have 2 wardsmen. We have a Malwyn and Owl.
Yeah.
So
Because they had an
the wor-
argument. So I'm gonna actually
Yeah.
get both of them to work together.
Gotcha. Yeah, because they sort of disagree because the difference is they serve on different types of ships. So like Argyle is like a combat ward master. His thing is like his wards are good for like shunting like attacks and things like that. Mithman is the wardsman who's in charge for like making sure that the ship doesn't suffer damage from heavy seas, right? That wards the bottom of the ship against barnacles and things like that. His is like one of them is like everyday wear and tear, and the other one's like this is combat magic.
Cool. They're both going to be needed. So
Okay. And when I looked at the things, I basically was like, all right, the top 6 people on the crew are the people that you're including in the.
That makes sense.
The top 6 people are the Fantastic Recoup, and they would have been on that top 6. Basically, Argyle means the chaplain is not included in the top 6.
Oh no!
I am unconcerned.
Cool. So I'm gonna get Barnacle Guy to just reinforce the overall like.
Guy. Wow.
You give your whole life to this crew, and you're known as Barnacle Guy.
I'm not gonna try and pronounce his name again.
You're right. This is way less offensive.
What's more shameful is that, like, I'm pretty sure it's a Welsh name, and I took a little bit of Welsh, so I should probably know this. But God, yeah. So he's going to reinforce the whole ship. Like he's going to just kind of hold everything steady, and then I want Argyle to be like waiting for when we punch through.
Gotcha. So they will say, it should be pretty easy to get that job done, and they both start to get to work. Pretty much, they basically like, hey, give us like 15 minutes. Let's give us a quarter seal. And as they start to work at stuff, 15, 20 minutes is going along, you get warnings from the ship that there are incoming teleportations, incoming plane shifts are coming here.
To Court of Blades.
To Court of Blades, yep.
Okay. We can hide for up to 10 minutes. Do you guys want to do that?
It's like a good idea.
So
let's do that. Leaving? Yeah, let's go invisible.
Well, we can't leave until they finish doing the ward thing, right?
Yeah, I don't want to run the risk of because we don't know how much damage it's going to be, and I feel like what they're doing is going to help mitigate that quite a bit.
What's that?
That looks scary.
That looks weesy.
That's a wee ship.
So you can sense the teleportation coming, and then as it does, you see first this the ship that's in the foreground is the thing that comes in first, and it is this and you guys would be the ship would be able to identify it because you have information from previous to identify a Weiss battle carrier. So this Weiss ship just moves into existence a little bit away from the Guidestone, and you see the Guidestone immediately light up, and you see in the spot that on your like next to where your ship is connected to it, there is a blank spot on the Guidestone. You see the name of the Weiss battle carrier get put onto the list.
Was ours blank because it couldn't divine our name?
It's forbidden.
It is.
Or protected against divination.
Yep.
Oh, so this thing is using divination to tell what something is when it's near.
Yeah.
That's crazy cool.
It's not
So
Imperium.
I could do the Whis name, but it probably wouldn't actually say it in like Vampire. It would actually put it in Supernal. So the name of the ship is the battle carrier Darkreach.
Oh.
And so like the battle carrier pops into existence. You see this swarm of smaller ships sort of explode from the little ports that are like here and here. So these little ports that are, if you think of this thing like it's a face, where the kind of ears would be, is where the little smaller ships come out and start to look around, and they start to clear the area, right? Where you would see a dozen smaller ships fanning out in sort of a search thing. And as the battle carrier sort of settles into place, you can see that this picture doesn't show that the battle carrier has damage to it, but the battle carrier does have a lot of damage to it. It is significantly damaged. There's big chunks of the hull of the hulls that are just missing. You can see pieces like extensions of these little like horn-like protrusions that come out on either side of the ship. Look like they've been pretty significantly damaged, exploded, melted, burned off. The ship has been in some pretty heavy battle, and is coming here likely directly following a conflict, because you can see like chunks of the ship that teleported in are now like breaking off, right? So like pieces that broke off prior to the ship coming here, they did not teleport with, and now there's pieces of the ship that are falling off from the damage. To give you guys a scale, let me put the end.
Put our
on.
token.
We're probably one of the little guys.
All right, so there is the end.
Yeah, it's always like that for us.
So the smaller ships that are going out to scan are smaller than your ship, but they're like 3/4 the size at the end. Whereas
Also,
like,
we should have like 84% energy at the moment.
Okay.
By my calculations.
But like the Darkreach is huge, and then after like pretty much an immediate like go through like sending of the smaller ships, you can see that there is a sort of a bustle of energy, a sense of incoming teleportation, and several more smaller ships. The Darkreach is the biggest ship in the fleet, but a dozen other ships warp in behind the Darkreach, creating this sort of field of ships behind it. And while the Darkreach, it is a Whis battle carrier, it is pretty obviously a Whis ship. The ones that are in the sort of field behind do not look like they are Whis ships. They look like they are Imperium ships. So you see a bunch of smaller like Imperium destroyers and war carriers kind of port in behind the battle carrier. Each of those ships are maybe 2 to 3 times the size of the end. They're not nearly as big as the Darkreach. And then as they start to spread out, basically getting to the point where the crew is starting to have moments of like looking around at each other like when that's happening, and you can feel the invisibility starting to get to the point of like, not that it's going to be in danger of failing, but like you're getting longer into the point of the duration of the spell. Both of the wardsmen kind of look over you and kind of give you the nod of like, we're good to go, as you can feel an enormous presence of a signature coming in that makes the Darkreach feel tiny by comparison, as you can sense, you can see in that big cluster of asteroids, right? You can see the asteroids parting and pushing away from the envelope of a plane shift bubble that is just massive, even compared to the battle carrier Darkreach. It looks like it is several miles long.
Is it a world ship?
You don't know. You think that if you kind of if you basically waited until right to the end of the invisibility and then punch the button, you might be able to see what it is, or you could hit the button now and get out before anyone even knows you're here.
Yeah, it's probably better.
Yeah. I think we can probably find out from our sleepy dragon friend.
So, is there anything your characters would do? Because I kind of summarized what's going to be about 10 minutes of stuff that's happening. Is the battle carrier appears, it sends out its little it's like scout ships, and then the other ships warp in behind it. Is anything you guys would do while this is happening, while the wardsmen are finishing up?
Thank fuck we can go invisible. And then I remembered that we can go invisible.
I have Farsight. It does take 10 minutes, but I can place my scrying sensor in any square I can see, no matter how far.
What if it's Aegis come to finish the job?
Would I be able to see this big old ship?
Yeah, you can see the ship. Where would you want to place the sensor?
Like past any wards the ship might have.
So I mean, it's a small scrying sensor. So do you want to put it like in the center, like try to put it near the center of the ship? Because you can't see inside of the ship very well. But
No,
you
I'm
could put
talking
it
about the giant ship.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Like nestle it in an asteroid. Maybe a respectful distance, but one that would let me tell identifying information about the ship.
Okay. So I was trying to see how long, how would this work? Because the idea, right, is you guys are leaving before it gets here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the sort of plan is to plane shift away. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, what would happen if you plane shift? Because you have to be on the same plane.
Mm-hmm.
But the answer is it only lasts for a few rounds. So yeah, you can place it right as you guys leave.
Okay.
And then you'll get a few rounds of what's there.
Okay.
So so you guys go wait right before before you're in danger of activating the ship is going to cause the invisibility to fail. You activate the plane shift. You can sense that the barrier is a little bit weaker, but is still definitely there. So give me the dungeoneering, and so with a total +8, but I know I have to add it in afterwards. So Griffle, last engineering for trying to punch through.
I'm here.
So
Wait. What?
Right, so 35. So you go, the sort of ring appears around the ship. You see as the ship starts to create its envelope, that basically warning sirens fire all over the ship as the battle carrier can't see you guys, but it can sense you activate your engines. So as soon as you activate the engines, you see a flurry of activity from the battle carrier, but it does not take long enough or they don't have it long enough to react before you guys teleport away. So you can see weapons and things, some ships get sort of oriented on you, and then you guys create the Farsight sensor and then teleport away. And as you guys are slipping through the planes in the 30 seconds that it takes to teleport from one location to the other, you're going to get the few rounds of information from Farsight. Can you give me an Arcana check, please? And this is a scrying thing, so you get your +4.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Skill check. Arcana +4. Oh, So bad.
27.
Still 4 rounds.
4 rounds. So you throw your senses through it, and for a second there's kind of like nothing there. It's just this void. You can see the envelope, and then the thing pops into place, and a massive world ship appears. The sort of displacement of the world ship pushing the asteroids to the side. You see them getting flung in every direction. And you get the impression from seeing a couple of ships do this and from seeing your own ship do this and how like the idea of sending the envelope forward to create an open space for you to be in is how all the ships work. And the ESAT doesn't really do that. It doesn't give it enough time to adjust. You think that this ship sort of emergency teleported, right? It did not give enough time for the location to become completely open. And so the ship teleported in while there were still asteroids in the way. And then it's basically smashed them out of the way and sent these huge boulders flying and ricocheting in every direction, looking like it's dealing some pretty significant damage to the rest of the fleet that teleported in ahead of it. And the ship as it teleports in is very heavily damaged. There's big sections that are on fire. The battle carrier was in some rough shape. The world ship looks like it is in significantly rougher shape than the Dark Reach.
Can I tell which ship it is? Any identifying iconography?
Is it an adversary world ship or a Imperium world ship?
Sorry, hang on. I'm gonna. Would you be able to notice? Maybe.
Farsight, I could roll perception to determine if I notice quiet sounds or unobtrusive things.
So it's identification. So I think what you would more need than anything else is something like, I'm trying to think if Streetwise or History makes the most sense. I feel like History probably makes more sense than Streetwise. So I'll go with that. Give me a History check.
Okay.
So History 32. What level are we? Okay. So I might use these DCs. So this is that. Ooh, nice. Hard DC on for identification of the ship. DC 32 was what you needed. So this ship is Sen the 10th. It is one of the Imperium flagships.
Cool. 10th is mirrors. Travel not through the forsaken reflections of the worlds besides, above and below. The prime is the plane of mortality and of righteousness.
Oh, should have taken their own advice.
They have an alienist.
Yeah.
And you know that, typically speaking, the sins themselves tend to be whatever they are an embodiment of. They tend to be the ones that are able to do that thing. Yeah, that like the alienists for them. So if there is one of the world ships that has the ability to go through to different planes, it's probably Sen the 10th.
Would be the 10th.
Yeah.
So you guys go, you punch through, and as you guys sort of slip through and go to the plane of the Iron Tower, there is this massive wall of resistance, and you can feel like layers and layers of energies get pushed through. And the wardsman, as well as Griffel as the pilot, can recognize your punching through layers of wardings on the outside of things. You know you're supposed to have some sort of authorization, effectively, to do this. That this place has active defenses that should be preventing you from coming in. And the only reason you're able to make it in at all is that some of the defenses are not functioning to their full effects. You get the impression from the way that the ship is sort of shaking up and the sort of turbulence you're going through, that if the ship was trying to go through this with everything fully active, if everything was still at full strength, you kind of get the impression that the ship would sort of splat against this like a bug on a windshield. But because it is damaged, we had the 35. So that would be...
The last time we contacted Aegis, he was asleep, right?
Yeah, he's been asleep for the last 4 years.
All right, so it takes 10 energy to penetrate through the shield. So
nice.
10 ship's energy, and you punch through the shield and into the skies above. And below you, there is chaos. So I don't have a good picture that depicts the plane at war. But what I can do is show you what the tower itself looks like. Since I remade this, I do not think I have. No, the scale is wrong. Hang on. Let's see. Would it be easier to fix the scale? I was like, I knew I was forgetting something. You do this for me, please. Let me just do this. So I think this is right. Let's see if I get it correct. Yeah. All right. So I'm not going to tinker with the token, but that is a correct scaling of the tower. So the tower is now on here to scale.
6 kilometers.
6 kilometers high.
Wow.
Yes.
That's tall.
Is it?
For a tower?
I don't know what a kilometer is.
Oh my god.
So
That's why they hate Americans.
I mean, to be fair, we saw Shadow Mantle's
It was also 6 kilometers. Wasn't it?
No.
I thought that was a lot more than that.
No.
So hang on, let me before I give you the wrong answer.
Yeah, you say, "Wow, that's so tall," and I go, "You remember Shadow Mantles?" And I just kind of smirk at the tower.
Hey.
And I'm like,
The Burj Khalifa is 828 meters tall. Yeah.
Yeah. So
less than a K.
So so Shadow Mantle's ziggurat, which is what you guys teleported to, is 1,500 meters tall.
Yeah,
and it is massively it's a mountain, right? So it's the slopes on the side of the ziggurat are not very steep, right? So you have this structure that is huge, but because of the way that the scale works, right, it's not like sharp sides. It's not like a building going up. It's more like you're looking at a man-made mountain more than anything else. Whereas this thing, go ahead,
there's
sorry.
a ceiling, and the ceiling is a couple hundred meters high.
Correct. Yeah, the ceiling on the is 200 meters in the Shadowfell.
Okay. So Everest is 8.9 kilometers tall. So this is appreciably similar size to the tallest mountain.
Yeah, and it is obviously, because you can sort of see from the way that the thing is designed, it definitely has less of a. It doesn't look like a skyscraper, right? It's not like straight up and down, so there is a little bit of a conical nature, right? Where the top of it is smaller than the bottom, the base is much bigger and spread out, but it's still nothing to the same sort of scale as like a mountain, right? It is still this impossible looking structure, and even below it you can see devastation. And as you appear in the skies above the plane of the Iron Tower, it takes a minute for your brain to sort of catch on to the fact that the buildings down below, the buildings in the city that is effectively built around the bottom of the plane of the Iron Tower, have buildings in them that are bigger than any buildings you guys have ever seen. There are buildings down there. You think that any one of those sort of like larger districts down below with the big buildings could be the size of like Silver Spire. Or you could have like Tantarus just kind of go into one of the sections of the city below. So part of the reason that I had the scale thing here is if you take the stuff on here, you can see like Burj Khalifa, I think, is actually the thing I used for this one over here on the side. So if you look at this one in the back, if you look at this one back here, this thing, that is what I was using as the size portion. So the Burj Khalifa is this building here. So like the city is enormous, and kind of like what you can see on the map, there are huge sections of the city that are just aflame. You can see that the skies above the cloud, the top of the clouds would normally completely cover the plane of the Iron Tower, but the clouds seem to go around the tower top itself. None of it seems to actually obscure the central spire. Everything seems to deviate around, and there are these massive clouds of smoke and ash, and you can see ships that are flying to and fro in the dark clouds that surround the plane of the Iron Tower. There's the city that's burning down below. And then the next big thing that kind of comes into your senses is, one, Griffle, your like effectively the instrument panel in your head of where everything is lights up as hundreds of ships come onto the radar. There are hundreds of ships fighting in the skies above, and the ship is very rapidly trying to designate friend from foe. You get the sensation like the Plucky is trying not to ping those ships, but to learn whatever it can from it, sending the power of the beacon out. But almost nothing in the skies above have a beacon. Almost nothing in the skies above have something that it knows how to innately communicate with. It's having to sort of figure it out as it goes along, because not a lot of ships in space use beacons. They use a completely different system. So it sort of sends this ping out like, oh shit, there's a ton of unidentified ships, and there is a ton of warfare happening. And then what you guys notice, the ship doesn't notice, is that almost none of those ships are fighting one another. The ships are not engaged in combat with each other. They're engaged in combat with hundreds of dragons that are flying in this mass, in groups of 3 or 4, or sometimes an entire flight of 5 to 10 of them flying together, swarming over these ships, battling in the skies high above the city, as you guys come into the plane of the Iron Tower. And as you guys come in, you see several of the flights of dragons turn and orient, and you get the impression that they're not really orienting on you guys from sight, as it looks like there's like 5 or 6 of them that are in different flights that all break off from what they're doing, that they go to converge on where you guys just teleported in. Because like even the ones that you can sort of see through the clouds, as they are coming in from all sides, they are they're kind of converging on your all's location very quickly. Let's see. Defense of the Iron Tower. Okay, cool. Everybody give me a die roll, please. Give me 1d12.
Everybody?
Yeah, everybody shoot me a 1d12, please.
The duality of our party.
One, two, three, four. Am I missing? No, I guess we only have 4 players today. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, well the 5th is JP, who's not here, so I will roll for him. 6.
Right in the middle.
So none of the dragons that have broke off to come together are the same color. They're all variations of different colors. And they're all flying from different angles. So you guys pop out into the middle of this war that's happening. And what are you guys going to do? As you can see that there are 5 dragons converging on your location. Four of the 5 dragons look like they are similar in size to the silver that you freed in Silverspire. So the basically an adult dragon size. One of them looks notably bigger than the rest.
I speak Draconic, modern Draconic. So I would call out to them. We are friends of Aegis. We know that there is trouble here. We have seen your enemies flee from you. Do not attack. We are here to help.
How are you going to send this message out? Because if you say it, like, they're not going to hear you. They're coming from, they're diving from up in the clouds and flying up from the burning city. How do you want to try to send this message out before they get here? Because they look like they're converging on you all and converging with a purpose.
That's a good question. Do we not have a way on the ship to amplify voices?
Battlefield elocution.
Is that
I was
thing?
gonna say, could you use the Thunder platform?
No, Battlefield elocution is a ritual. I don't know how long it takes though.
Takes 10 minutes.
I don't have that one. I've never heard of it. But
Would it be possible for me
It's on our ritual table. It's on our ritual table.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It is on the ritual table, and casting it through the table takes an action instead.
Oh, well then, yeah, I would do that. Good thinking, Griffle.
And yes, the answer is your ship does have a default way of sending messages throughout the whole ship, but it doesn't really have a default way for announcing to everyone else in the universe. So it doesn't have a broad speaker system. Yeah, it has like an intercom system, but it does not have a broad speaker system. But it does have.
Oh my gosh, is it a really terrible intercom system where like all the interference means that you can't fucking understand? Like every time there's an intercom and it's like
report to the
and it's like, fuck, there could be a fire for all we know.
I thought it was in my head, it's always been a really good intercom system. And it's mostly because it's built into Aegis's dements. So it's using Aegis, the way that Aegis communicates with the crew, it's using that to communicate with everyone else.
Aegis? Al-Shaib?
Not Aegis, Al-Shaib, sorry.
Oh, I was like, wait, Aegis has been involved in the creation of this thing?
Sorry, I'm reading a bunch of notes about the plane and about Aegis. So
he's been here the whole time.
So yeah, you go down below decks. You can teleport anywhere on the ship. So you teleport on the ship to the table and Battlefield elocution to announce that out.
Yeah.
Give me a diplomacy check.
All right.
How close is the nearest Imperium and or Weiss ship?
Well, before I do that, would you want to be the one making the diplomacy check? You're casting the ritual, but it doesn't have to be you doing the speaking. Or
Well,
would
I
get someone
think
else
we
to
want
do
to
it?
Morin do it.
say it in Draconic. Do you speak Draconic?
No, but you could tell me what to say.
Does that affect?
But if
Does
you
that
get it wrong-
mechanically
Yeah.
affect the
What if
check?
you mispronounce the words?
So basically, so if you're trying to say something in a language you do not know, but you know that the words are correct, it's a streetwise check. So it would basically just mean there were two. There'd be a streetwise check for him to properly repeat you, rather than it being
Diplomacy.
I mean, it would be both, right? You'd make a streetwise check to see if you could do it, and then a diplomacy for the message, and you get a penalty or a bonus based on how well you translated the message.
Or you could help me with diplomacy. I'm not the absolute worst at it.
Well, I was going to say, if
What do you
there
think?
is a Weiss or Imperium ship in range,
Just attack
while
them.
you're
We shoot it.
announcing that message, we show good faith by shooting at them.
Yeah, I would say there's one that's not in close range, but if you use one of the platforms that has longer range, like I think the Lightning platform has pretty long range, you
Yeah.
might be able to take a pot shot at one of the Imperium ships that's nearby.
And I wanna finagle this to metagame this such that I'm not actually necessarily trying to deal the most damage or make the most effective hit. I am trying to demonstrate that I'm on the side of the dragons by firing in the direction of the Weiss and the
Yeah.
Imperium.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's the goal here is, show and tell rather than
Yes.
show don't tell or tell and don't show. Makes sense to me. So who's actually doing? Because like if you guys spent effort and time and thought about it well to make sure that the members of your crew that would be useful are functional, right? They actually are well rested and able to do things. So if you command the master gunner to, hey, shoot at that ship, she's just going to do it, right? Like you don't have to do anything. She's just going to do it for you. As the rest of the crew scrambles to do what they're doing. So you could just say they do that. You could do your action to assist or to be the primary for the diplomacy thing. And if anyone else has stuff they want to do, I kind of want to turn to them and be like, all right, well, that is what one of Minnie and Morin are doing, and what at least one of the crew members is doing. Foxy or Philly, do either of you have something that you're wanting to do in this little window?
No. I'm thinking about something
Not
else.
particularly.
Okay.
Put up your religious banner.
No.
Do ascending to Aegis.
Instead of a hand holding up
Actually,
an orange, it could be a dragon.
Hang on, Philly. That's not a bad idea. Like, Aegis would know what that is. Although
Yeah,
I
but
don't
do
know
the
that
dragons that
Aegis
are
is followed,
attacking us
but
in this moment know what that is?
probably not.
You might
yeah.
if Aegis sees it.
If he's the mayor, he can presumably communicate and
something I
connect
could
with
just
all
do?
of the dragons.
What, raise the banner?
Yeah.
You've done it a couple times, so you have the
It feels
knowledge
like one of
that
those,
you would need.
I don't know. It doesn't feel appropriate to me.
Okay. I would say that, narratively, it's something that you have the capacity to do, but it is going to be difficult. Like there's not a in-game representation of how difficult it is for you to raise the banner, but it has to be this significant moment. Like it's not something you can have maintained all the time. So that's very much a kind of up to you whether you think that this is one of the moments that you think is narratively appropriate.
Yeah. No, all I was thinking about, this is totally non sequitur, is if we land safely, could we get an actual space crew? And, like let these people rest.
Thanks for all your hard work. We're gonna leave you in the plane of the Iron
No,
Tower.
someone here can take them home.
Yeesh.
We prepaid the contract for 3 months of work from these people, and we're only I think we're only like 2 weeks into that.
I think they put in 3 months of work.
Do not touch my plants.
All right, Morin, do you want to streetwise and try to repeat Draconic, or do you want to coach me on my tone of voice and demeanor?
Oh man, I don't feel confident about my streetwise and ability to speak Draconic, but I'll do
Then
it.
help. Okay. So then, what do I roll? Streetwise to help him?
So
what am I
so
rolling?
So basically, you're just using. You would use either of the key skills to help him be the speaker. So Arcana or Religion.
Oh, okay. I'll do Arcana for sure. Well, I can't fail, so.
Oh, so you auto assist. So
yeah,
you assist
with Arcana. Yeah.
So
okay.
then I'm rolling streetwise to see if I interpret the message correctly.
Yes, you're rolling streetwise to say a message in a language you do not know. Let's just see. Brief message, 25 words or less. That sounds like 25 words or less. It's not that the DC is not that hard. It's DC 20, so you're good.
All right, and now I'm rolling diplomacy.
And now you're making the actual diplomacy check.
Okay. Are there any bonuses to that?
No, I'm just gonna do the DC on my side.
I do have my thing. So, but my thing procs I think after I make a successful check.
Okay.
Yeah. So, if they need more convincing than just one roll, I can.
I'm trying to see what this guy's. Because I'm trying to see which one of the. Actually, this is dumb. I'm being stupid about this. I definitely know which one of these has the best skills.
So what am I saying? One
big boy.
Gary knows the names of every single one of the dragons in the sky. And
all 300 dragons. You're saying something along the lines of.
No, you gotta tell me what I'm saying, and then I'm going to say it.
Okay, you're saying.
I will not speak the black tongue on this ship.
That is beautiful and terrible, and I love every part of what you just did.
You are saying we are not your enemy. We are friends of Aegis. We are here to assist.
We are not your enemy. We are friends of Aegis, and we are here to assist. Lightning crackles in the direction of the Imperium.
Let's see. So this guy's. All right, so
the Sky Lord brings you aid.
This guy doesn't have the skills that I thought he had.
Draconic.
No, I'm trying to see which one of them is most likely to be able to understand your message and perceive it as genuine, right?
Unfortunately, none of them.
Well, we did roll a 12 and a 1, so we covered
the one that I thought would be the right answer doesn't have the skills.
Oh.
What skills do you need?
Insight.
Intelligence?
So it's making an insight check. Is what it's doing. But this guy does. So hang on. So one of them does have what I needed. But that is the wrong age category. Where is the correct age category? There we go. Your stats are.
Actually, we know Aegis' draconic name, so I would use that name.
That's why you're the diplomat.
Almost as bad.
Wait, what?
No. So I was looking. So the thing that I thought had the correct skills, their stats are such that without having insight, their insight is almost better than the dragon that does have insight. Because the dragon that does have insight has worse stats. So I was just looking at being like, well, it kind of doesn't matter because they're pretty close to one another anyways. All right.
I thought you were saying me using Aegis' name was just as bad as me using his actual dragon name. And I was like, what does that mean?
Okay. All right. I have the piece of information that I need to figure out what the DC of this check is, which is the thing that I was being slow about. Sorry.
I rolled a 30.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, but it's sort of how much you succeeded by. Oh, hang on. It's on the same sheet that I'm already looking at. I'm dumb. So, well, the DC is more than I was thinking it was going to be. So, because this creature has insight, the DC is 27. Is that right? Yeah. So the DC is 27. So 30 is not as big of a success as I thought it was going to be.
Well, la-di-da.
So as they are,
we're
well,
telling
actually,
the truth.
can the other one? Well, this is basically they are in the middle of a fight. So they're
And they
very
understand
much,
we're friendly.
yeah. Can they figure out? Oh, this is actually a friendly. Oh, there's conversation happening. That's not just
These dragons
kind
are so
of
fucking stupid.
in like battle mode, right? Like it's like you pop up into the middle of a battlefield, and a guy turns around to swing a sword at you. Can they sort of clock? Oh, that this is not necessarily an enemy before they finish the swing, because these are dragons that are dive bombing, they're charging breath weapons, they're casting spells, like they are in the middle of unleashing hell. And so I can actually look and see. So 2 of the 5 that are coming your way are able to sense what's going on and are able to see that, oh no, these are actually allies. And the 2 of them sort of break their dive and stop coming straight down at you. And then the 2 of the other 5, so 2 of them break away. So the silver and the much larger dragon that kind of looks like it's made of quicksilver. So the quicksilver looking dragon and then the silver dragon, they both break away. The red, the black, and the bronze do not. And then with the sort of ear-piercingly loud call from the silver and the quicksilver dragon, the red and the bronze stop their attack, but the black does not. One second.
Was that Drox Dragon?
Probably.
Drox Dragon. Yeah. So let's do this. Because you guys aren't on the map, I'm just going to go in the order that's on the bottom of the screen. So one of Minnie, then Filibuster, then Foxy, then Morin. So this is Verswill. Ooh.
He crit me? This piece of shit.
So it is a fear
sorry,
effect. So if you have
which one am I?
the 37 will is the one on you.
We come to aid you. Crits me.
I think I have something.
So basically, this is it is using Dragon Fear to try to cripple you guys and the crew. The Dragon Fear is going to auto hit the whole crew.
So I have Bastion of Mental Clarity. It's an immediate interrupt close burst 5. So me and each ally in the burst gets a +4 bonus to will. Does that help anybody?
That's not going to turn it from to
+4?
a miss for me, but
That's lit.
Well, I'm guessing I don't get the benefit of my teleportation cloaks.
You do not, unfortunately.
But even though we just teleported,
I dodge.
yeah, I definitely don't dodge.
I mean, dilatory armor? Would that work? It's an attack roll.
It's a stun, yeah. So it would delay the stun if you wanted to use dilatory armor. Yeah. So if you get hit, your stun save ends.
What Dragon
I just delay
Fear says.
So Dragon Fear on everything, and it seems like the only person who's, if I'm understanding this, the only person who's actually affected is this person who was speaking.
Wait. Warren and I like below decks at the table? No offense or anything to your plan here, but
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm in a pocket dimension.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Is like, yeah, actually, that is correct. So that would just not that should only hit the people that are on the top, but that would also mean that the only hit should be on filibuster instead.
Will be
right?
How
a
dare
28 on
you?
no, it'd be a 28 on Philly and a 36 on.
Oh,
Let's
you
see.
rearrange it so 28 on Philly and 36 on Foxy. So it's going to be an only hit on Foxy.
Mm-hmm.
And then
then
I
Foxy
dilatory it
dilatories.
off.
Yeah, sure. Okay. That sounds good. Sorry, this is not normally. I'm not used to bursts where some people are in different planes. Been playing too much of my mouse game where
Where we're all
everything's
fucked all the time.
I
The
just love
rules
the
are made up
idea.
and the lives don't matter.
I love the idea that I'm like, okay, I think that message went well, and I come upstairs and the entire crew is just passed out.
the entire crew is stunned from the effect of the dragon fear coming through. But before the dragon is able to get to the like to actually cause an attack directly against the ship itself, you can see that one of the much larger dragon that noticed what was going on and was able to perceive, hey, this is what's happening, is going to sort of swoop down and send a breath weapon at the black.
Wait, he's attacking his friend?
He's not going to hit him with it.
Oh.
He's just breath weaponing near him.
You idiot.
And so sends this breath weapon that looks like tiny shards of like glittering motes. So it kind of looks like a glitter breath weapon that disorients the black and has him stop his dive from attacking the ship. And then the one that did the glitter breath weapon is going to fly down next to your ship, and then sort of says in Draconic to everyone who's aboard the ship as they're sort of slowly shaking off the stun. I do not recognize your markings. What type of thing are you? If you are here to aid, how so?
So can I run up on the deck and translate for everybody? Did you want to say something, Philly? I'll translate.
No, I was assuming you weren't there, but that's good.
We are the Superstition's End. We have met Aegis several months ago before his sleep. And we are here to help, but we are not sure what is best. We will take direction if you wish to give it.
So the one that's flying alongside of the ship, as the ship is sort of moving at relatively slow speeds through the skies above the burning city, you can see it's trying to effectively do like an insight check on you guys, and you can tell that like the sort of big glittering quicksilver eyes, as they're looking over you, they look kind of hesitant. He looks very wary because you can tell that he's flying at the edge of the ship itself, but can't perceive something. There's something that is blocking his ability to really understand what you're doing. And one of many, you can sense that from this creature, although it's not really getting into you, you can see waves of like divination magic coming off of this dragon. He's using divination magic like innately.
Mm-hmm. And I'll hold up my hand and say, our ship is powerfully warded, but I will come out to you so that you can see that I tell you the truth.
Yeah, I was
And
going to
ca-
suggest, can we pop open a platform and
Yeah.
soar out?
Do you have a marker, Griffle, of Lord Verdideg? token of his?
Actually, yes, I have his star maps.
So
That he
you
gave
pop.
to me.
So you would pop onto a platform and fly out to where the dragon can see you.
Mm-hmm.
So when you fly out from the barrier, the context for how big this dragon is kind of comes into full thing. Like he's almost as long as your ship. And he is also not a very lithe dragon. He's not slender. He's very, very bulky. He has enormous sail-like wings. And in order to sort of fly next to you guys, he has to sort of fly slightly above you, and then whenever he sort of loses altitude, he has to kind of go away. So he's not flapping his wings; he's soaring and using the heat from the burning city below to keep himself aloft. So when you fly out next to him, like you're the size of his eye is like the size of your chest. So you fly out next to him, and then as soon as you're outside of the barrier, he directs his attention to you, and you can sense that he's not like casting spells. He's using what looks to be like innate abilities to divine stuff about you. And you see these little ripples along the outside of his body, and the dragon says, I recognize your signature. You are one of the ones we are told to watch for. Follow me, and I will take you within the defenses.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. What may I call you? I am called one of many.
1 second.
Generating name. Making it
I'm
up.
trying to see if I have one.
He's got the same name as one of the 13 dead gods.
Let's look. So, do not have him listed as having a draconic name yet.
Oh.
So I need to figure out what his awakened name would be. So I have his name, but I don't have his name post you guys changing everything.
It's Gary.
I could call him Sparkles if he's okay with that.
I'm sure he'd love that.
Just 1 second.
What's the name of the rainbow pony in My Little Pony? Rainbow Dash?
Rainbow Dash?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hang on. How do you say this? 1 second.
Me every time Gary writes down a name.
I really like that name. Hang on. I need to write this down because I love that name. And also, it kind of, I like it, but now that I'm writing it down, it makes me think of Rainbow Dash.
Let's go.
It's not honestly that far away from Rainbow Dash, and that's beautiful. So Bravishadax is the guy's name.
Oh, I like it.
And the translation, right? Because the different dragons, their names, the idea, right, is that draconic names have a meaning, but a lot of times the meaning gets lost. So sort of like people's names, right? They have a meaning to it, but sometimes the meaning is very clear after many generations. Like the last name Smith, it's from being the town Smith, but like there are other names that lose through time kind of what the original meaning was. This guy's name is very new. He just has this name. So the translation of his name is the Word of the Future.
Banger.
The Word of the Future, or Future Word, is the guy's name. And you can tell that's probably because of the innate divination magic that this Mercury dragon has. He's a Mercury dragon.
Mercury.
So you greet him. He does send the message back, and then he goes and angles towards the tower. Oh, it's funny because you think this whole time that I would be looking at my notes and I'd be trying to find the thing that has like the tower on it, because it has Aegis in his true form.
Ooh.
Because that's what's going to be in the tower. So you guys fly in, and I need to get this from my notes. So he's going to fly in, and he's going to take you directly to Aegis. So flying into the tower, you can see there are holes in the side of the tower, some of which look like they are ancient, that they've been there for a very long time. Others that are in the tower do not look like they're recent damage from the fighting on the plane of the Iron Tower.
Is this meant to look like the Tower of Babel?
I think that is what the search thing they did for it was, because yes, it is supposed to kind of look like that.
Okay. Do I have?
There it is. So you guys go in. Again, Aegis's picture is not going to be to scale, so you guys can see him very well. But when you see, he flies you in, and inside the heart of the tower, there are these layers and layers of wards and defenses that you can feel sort of part around the Mercury dragon that flies ahead of you when you're in the tower. And you can sort of sense the ship sort of slipping through the door, right? Where as soon as you are through, there is this pressure from all around the ship that the door is being closed behind you as you come through. So you get this impression of think of the automatic doors, right? So it's like you can feel doors slam shut right behind you as you guys make your way through, or the blast doors slamming shut in layers behind you as soon as you guys pass through. And deep within the tower, you see a dragon. So the main thing of this is his head is the part that I spent a lot of time on, because I never could get the feet quite right. But that is what I imagine Aegis's head to look like. So when he is focusing and in his true form, he has these horns that come up on either side, and then he has what looks to be another horn on top of his head, only it goes out and then loops around and comes back in. And you can see in that sort of halo above his head, there is a worked network of stars. And you can see that in the halo of his head, he has basically what looks to be a star map in the halo, and that it is moving and changing. And you can sense that there are powerful defensive magics that he is casting through that effectively implement that is embedded on top of his head. And while it does look like it is part of his body, it does not look like it is natural. It is something that is maybe he has grown or changed to do himself, where everything about him looks more like a physical dragon, and tooth and claws and all that sorts of scales. But that halo around his head, the thing that comes up between his horns, even though it's part of his body, it looks artificial, right? It looks more like equipment than it looks like a flesh and bone piece of his body. And you can see that his body in this mist, the front part of him is very like sturdy and stolid, but then as the body goes back and goes into the mist that is within the interior of the tower, you see these curling, looping pieces where, while you can see the front of him looks more like a sort of a D&D style dragon, the body of Aegis doesn't really look like that. It looks more like an Eastern style, so like a long serpentine body. And similar to what the picture looks like, his scales are really dull compared to kind of what you'd see from the Mercury Dragon. The Mercury Dragon, their body looks like Quicksilver. It is this very almost like liquid, brightly reflective thing that sort of reflects anything that touches it. Aegis' body doesn't look like that. It looks like it's this very dull, matte metal. And as soon as Griffle sees Aegis, Griffle knows immediately what type of dragon he is. My question for Foxy is, does Foxy know what type of dragon he is?
Bad dragon.
Is he an iron dragon?
So not iron, but it is a great guess. This is way back when. I think this might legitimately be.
Hang on. I think I know. Hang on. Give me a second. Hang on. Mithril. He's a Mithril dragon.
He is indeed. So
Did he give me a slab of his scales?
He did. Yep.
That's so cool.
And that's one of the things that he would use to trade for, is he would trade sort of pieces that he had sheared off of his scales and made look like they're like ore, right? Made them look like bars to trade.
That's so cool.
So you see him down here, and also your ship is about the size of his face. He is much bigger than every other dragon you've seen. And you get this impression that like his body, as it sort of like extends out into it, that there is this feeling of coils that you can see filling the entire interior of the tower itself. And when you guys fly in, you see the sort of little sparks in the halo on his head. They fire and light up in this sort of bright circle, and then his sort of dull gray or like dull black eyes that have little bits of red and yellow and orange light lighting up in them, they switch from the color that they look like here to looking different, to looking like this. So they look like the eyes that he has when he's in his other form. And so they look like
very
this.
Squished.
Sorry. But they look like projectors, right? And you see if you guys remember one of the first times that you saw Aegis, where he doesn't have his glasses on. So he puts the glasses on so you can't see the projections from his eyes. But when he's like this and he stops paying attention to what he's doing, where he's projecting his vision elsewhere, and he looks through his eyes to see you guys, the sort of dark coloration of his eyes goes away, and you see the world around you light up. The walls and the interior of the tower light up with stars. As coming from his eyes is a projection of the star map, and you see the little lights above his halo wink out. And Aegis sees you all and says, your projection is strong enough to even disturb my sight. Even now, I can only partially perceive you. I underestimated the defenses on your end. Welcome, at last, to my tower, friends.
I think we showed up at a great time, don't you? No?
So he takes a deep breath in. At the turning of the tide, so to speak. But one would say the most opportune moment would have been to show yourselves a few seals ago. But as I understand it, you were busy being actually useful instead of appearing to be useful here.
I see you've noticed our deed.
We did take the time to free Summer, which we believe may have sent you some reinforcements. I hope that that has been useful to you.
We were fighting a battle that was just, that was righteous, that was the only thing that could be done within my nature to save out for as long as we could against an overwhelming force. And then the battle was not hopeless. We were given the ability to fight back. And as I felt the beginnings of a plan of what might be done with the new tools in my arsenal, suddenly the understanding of how to use these new tools blossomed within my mind, a connection to all of my kin. I believe for both of these things, I have your kind to thank.
That one was mostly Mark, but he did pass the mirror on to you as a favor to us.
So that massive head nods slightly your way, and you see the halo doesn't move when the rest of the body does.
So you are here to give me another tool to use? Or is this a time when the bill comes due?
Third time pays for all.
There is a bill, but it is one that we imagine you might enjoy paying. We seek intel from the Weiss. We hope that you may have a prisoner or two. High ranking would be best, who we can confer with.
I have not the control over my people to be able to instill upon them the type of discipline one would need for taking prisoners.
He doesn't have any prisoners. Don't think that you get the impression that he would be very much on board with the idea of having prisoners, but he was fighting a fight that he didn't think he could win, and then suddenly all of his soldiers basically got power-ups, and then he got an intrinsic ability to command his new superpowered soldiers, and the idea of taking prisoners has not been like on the top of the list of things to get them to do.
That is understandable. On our way here, we saw Sin the 10th, turning tail, I imagine, and a Weiss battle cruiser. Perhaps you'd be interested in giving chase?
The mirror is a difficult adversary to follow. I would try to go after it, but it is not within my nature to leave my home still in danger and go and pursue something. There are still plenty here that would strike down my kind, and some even that might be a threat to me. I will not go after them while my home is still under attack.
Look, that's fair.
But if you know where the mirror has gone, I could devote resources into striking at those that struck at me.
Is he saying the mirror as in the name of Sin the 10th?
The
Yes.
ship, yes, and yeah. Mirrors.
You guys hadn't heard it called that before, but yeah, you're pretty sure that's what he means.
Okay. I couldn't tell. I couldn't hear if it was mirror, as in there was a mirror of a race on
Gotcha.
the ship. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. Also, me talking as Aegis in his actual form is weird. Probably hard to understand.
So we're here because we wanted information about
the Night King's
Sorry,
plot to keep on.
the Night King's plot, right? And we know that he would only tell either his closest advisors or his high-ranking members of his allies, so the Imperium at this point.
And the Whis.
Yeah, the Imperium and the Whis, yeah.
Yeah.
We saw them at the, what is it, the Gathering Stone? Standing Stone?
Guidance.
Yeah.
In the
Guide
Court of
Stone.
Blades. The Guidance Stone in the Court of Blades. They had just teleported in when we left.
You see that little the eyes go back to that dark coloration, the like red and orange, and the little halo on his head lights back up as the lights in the room dim. Or in the basically giant cavern in the interior of this massive building. The lights dim for a minute, and you see him focus on that little thing on the top of his head. And then you hear him say in a slightly sort of dreamy tone, yes, I can sense them now. So he verifies that yes, that is where they went.
We need to be able to take prisoners, high-ranking prisoners of either faction. But we don't care if we destroy some ships along the way. What strength could you lend us to assist with this?
So Aegis would kind of click back to looking at you guys instead of looking through the halo, and say, I have lieutenants I could use and send your way. I would also be able to send members of the legions, but I fear they are less able to keep up than some of my children would be. I can send a flight with you if you are to go and instruct them in the ways of taking prisoners.
We could do this.
Remind me again why we need to know about his plot to kill An. Is it because we want to know at what stage it's at?
Because we need to know what's going to happen, because we need to know if we should just go to Dalthep now, or if we could wait for Mab to...
Can we just ask Aegis where An is right now?
We can. But remember, we're trying to be cagey. We're trying to not change the vision.
So we can... Right. Well, we don't need to tell him why we want to talk to her. I mean, he owes us favors. He owes us a ton of favors.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll basically say he'll send a group of dragons with you to go and grab some prisoners if that's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm. It just seems like it's like a big operation to get a prisoner to be able to tell us like what he's planning, like, and when.
So Aegis would say,
It
I can
feels like
send,
a bigger investment of time, if that makes sense.
I can send those with you, and
if you can get a prisoner of rank, that would be useful for you and useful for me in the long run. If we are to make a day of it, and you are to continue the successes you have already won me, then you should know the Exarch of the 10th and the Lord of the Weiss are currently aboard the Mirror.
Yeah, we should go after that one.
Yeah, we should.
One of the Imperium ships was like completely destroyed, right? Like the world ships was completely destroyed at some point. Didn't they have like a
The one with the nuke? Do you mean when we were on Sin the Second?
yes.
I think
No,
so.
in my vision that the helm
Oh.
gave me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure one of the world ships was like an entire legion was like an entire like Imperium world ship was destroyed. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, a world ship was in atmosphere on a planet, and through the helm, you got to see the basically nuking from orbit of one of the world ships that was in atmosphere on the planet below you. It was one of the visions the helm gave you.
And
You
it
don't
was
know
Sin the
which
Second,
world ship
right?
that was. You don't know which one that was.
Oh,
Sin the Second
okay.
was the one that you guys saw that shot a nuke at you.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Do you know when the ship you saw get destroyed was destroyed? Was it like an ancient vision or like a...
It wasn't like ancient, but it wasn't recent either. It was like years minimum.
Okay. I think, although it is not the most pressing thing that we necessarily have to do, it definitely doesn't sound like a bad idea to get an Exarch and a Weiss leader.
I don't know if we're going to be able to get both, to be honest.
Well, he's going to send us with a flight of dragons. What's a flight of dragons?
It's like 4 to 6 smaller dragons, so you can kind of get a taste of them.
Mm-hmm. One blonde, one dark, one red.
So, actual answer is if he sends you a full wing. So a wing is 2, which is the plan. He's going to send you a wing of dragons. It's 2 flights that are 12 apiece, and they're commanded by 1 more. So it's a total of 25.
I'm not against doing this. My concern is that like we were coming here because we thought that like it would be we thought that they might already have a prisoner and that we could just get information. Like it seemed like it was going to be the sort of thing where like we help out with the battle a little bit, we get some information, we help our buddy, and then we go figure out whether we do Dalsath or something else. My thought is like getting the prisoner is probably going to take like much longer than we think it is, and we're going to get in a big scrap. Why not just like going to Dalsath? I suppose like we're trying to figure out if we should wait for Mab, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also I would say the secondary thing, right, is you can tell from Aegis' perspective, right? You get here and you're like, hey, we're trying to find this thing. And he's setting it up as like, I don't have that thing for you. I would give it to you if I had it. And I am busy for the moment. So I would say that your characters would be able to understand if you stay here and help him finish off the battle, or honestly, it looks like they're winning. If you stay here and just wait, you get the impression that he will devote resources to helping you. But he's also saying they have like their the high priority targets have already retreated. They've already left the field. And if you know where they fled to, you know where they retreated to, I will send someone with you to go to where they retreated to go and do something that I can't do. I can't go and try to finish the ones off that came after me. I might be able to do that sometime in the future, but right now is an opportunity that is useful, but I might not be able to take. So this could be something that's sort of mutually beneficial. It's not what you guys are planning on doing when you got here, but it is potentially mutually beneficial to both of you.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. I mean, I guess kind of now is our only opportunity because they're going to retreat even further eventually, right? And I guess maybe the goal is then to like cripple them from being able to ever attack again, at least for because like they've been defeated but not destroyed. They could regroup and try again at a later point.
Right. I mean, we know they have, I guess, 11 world ships. This is one of them.
And this was only one of them, right?
It's a pretty great opportunity to
think of how much it'll mess with Gary's plan for how we get around the universe if we go get a world
get a
ship.
world ship.
Yeah.
I'd rather
And
destroy it. To
25
be honest,
dragons.
I feel like the end is probably the best that we're gonna get.
On a complete side note, by the way, I absolutely love how when you guys are picking where to go, it was like, oh, we would go to this thing that's also on the same side of the positive negative sphere because it's going to make the transition easiest, which is also why that's where they retreat to.
They
like
jump to, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that felt really good. It's like, okay, they're using the in-world knowledge the same way that people in the world are using it. So it would be because you guys wouldn't have gotten that if you went to one of the other locations.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That makes me feel good.
We're lucky. We should capitalize on it.
Yeah, okay. I think probably if we're ever going to do something like this, like I don't think we're ever going to get this opportunity again. I think it is worth taking the time to go do it.
I support going after Sin the 10th.
Killing some religious leaders.
Always a bonus.
Yes, I
in
can
my book.
prove my fate.
The old-fashioned way.
We can break in. We can break in. They think I'm a religious leader.
Yeah, just tell them you brought Baneslayer to add to their
I own this shit.
their coffers.
So I mean that's a thing for you guys. So Aegis has said, hey, I will give you a flight of dragons. I think I incorrectly, or he will give you. I said it again. Not a flight of dragons. He will give you a wing of dragons, which is 2 flights and a leader. I will give you that if that's something that you want to do. But this is sort of a decision point, right? Like he needs to expend resources to do that if that's what the group wants to do.
I think we're on board.
Morin says yes.
And then through an unspeakable bond, another vote.
Draka is also telling me yes.
Unspeakably. Michael, I've not heard you speak up as much. So do you have an opinion?
On what?
You haven't
going after Sin?
Yeah.
No, let's rip it.
Okay.
No, I don't have an opinion. Let's do it.
So Aegis will call Kakhtazaz, which is, I'll type it into here. So his actual name is Kakhtazaz, and then again, it's a new draconic name. So knowing draconic, you know his. You know his. With the translation is Terrorbreaker. Which is. Oh, I don't have it listed. Oh, I do. I have it listed by number? Why would I? No. So, similar, it looks in similar coloration to Aegis. Kakhtazaz has sort of like a dull metal color, but it does reflect the light a little bit when you see him. And the body plan is very different. So Kakhtazaz looks like a really bulky, brutish dragon whose wings, while large, don't look like they kind of match up very well. Like it looks like it has small wings compared to the fact that it's got a very swole looking body. So Kashazaz is an adamantine dragon. And since
Is that what Vertak was?
Vertak is an iron dragon, I think.
Oh.
Is?
Let me look.
I just remember you
Vertakar
describing
Nurum
him
is an
as
Iron Dragon for sure.
Yeah, he's an iron dragon. Vertikar Norum, he is an iron dragon. Yeah.
okay.
I guess it's encouraging that it's not was.
Oh,
I
You
mean,
guys said he meant mad, right?
he did.
he
We were
lost his sentience.
I mean,
told
Maybe he has
that
a
does that
he's
mean that he can't
Clotho-
come back? Shouldn't
Clotho told us he can't come back, but
What does she know?
what does she know?
And he will also send Bashivax is also a guy? No, it's not. I said that wrong earlier. So the other one, the initial Mercury dragon that you met is a female.
Terror Breaker?
No, Future Word is a female. Terrorbreaker is a male. So we'll basically tell the Mercury Dragon that they are one of the members of the flight, and they are to follow the instructions of the other, and we'll create a flight of dragons to go with you. And you can tell that there's going to be a few minutes of gathering things together, during which Aegis is going to open up a gateway. He's gonna planar shift you guys so that you do not have to expend energy from your ship.
Nice.
And when he does so from this room, you don't get the impression that it expends any energy from him to do so. So he just turns his eyes back into like the star map. He looks at a section of the wall, and then the mist parts where the stars are, and you see this misted gateway that you can fly your ship through to go to what's on the other side. Also, hello, Drak.
Hello. I came at what seems like a very interesting point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All the dithering is over. We've
That's
decided.
Aegis on the screen.
Nice.
he's a mithril dragon.
And apparently Griffle has been bartering using his scales.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he shaved off when I first met you guys. He shaved off. He paid me in a mithril bar that was actually just like he shaved off a bit
Dead
of his
skin
scales.
cells, fingernail clippings.
Wow.
Also, your characters know that, right? The Legion gets paid primarily, like their big block of payment is in mithril. So like that is how he pays the legions is by giving off literal pieces of himself. Yeah, giving off literal pieces of himself. He shaves down his scales and uses them as currency. So,
hey boss, you missed payroll this week.
I need more vitamin E.
So I don't know how much you guys want, because we're getting pretty close to the end of session.
So I'm thinking that we decide to infiltrate the world ship, and next session we come back having done that with our prisoners. Just to really round out today.
So because I want to end in like at 11 my time, so I want to end basically at the end of the hour or sometime around then, partially just because I really don't feel well. I've not felt well pretty much all day. It's fine. It's just my stomach being weird for the past couple of days. So I think that does mean that we're ending slightly like we're ending, I think, an hour earlier than normal. But I might be
10
crazy because of time. 10 minutes. Okay, so we're ending on normal time anyways.
Yep.
But what I do want to do is I want to try to see if I can get for my prep two questions answered. And the first of those questions is scheduling. When is the next game that people are going to actually be able to make it to? Because I thought that we were not going to play today. I have on here that next Saturday is a potential game day according to the signups, but I don't know how accurate that is for people.
I might. So next weekend's Easter. Had to think about that. I think we have a dinner Friday, and I think my parents is Sunday, so it might work. I'd like to just confirm that they're not planning something for Saturday, though.
Gotcha. And I have on here so that JP is the only no, or no. Hang on, that's not true.
Maybe.
I am.
So Foxy is the only no. I assume that is a definite no, because I think you said you're like out of town effectively, right?
Yeah, I'm actually flying to Adelaide.
Right. So I would kind of, I have an idea of what we would be doing next session, but I kind of wanted to open it up to see if anyone else had something they would want to do as far as putting up the signups for beginning of May.
I'll put the signups up now so we can start planning that.
So, if you guys wanted to do tentatively, try to do next week, and if it ends up being that, like, for example, if everybody can make the first Saturday in May, then we'll just do that instead of next week, but we'll try to get that done. So I want to try to, if we can, take this moment to try to do the sign up stuff for that. But while Griffle is putting those up, I do want to ask you guys what Foxy said sort of midway through that discussion with Aegis, as her genre sense was tingling, is correct. That when you get there, you're going to need to pick a primary target. So when you go and do the assault on the mirror, the Lord of the Whis and the Exarch are not in the same part of the ship. So you are going to have to sort of pick which one of those things you guys are going to be primarily going after. Well, it is potentially possible that you could take down both of them. It is sort of going to be thinking of which one you're going to go after first. And so that is the question that I'd hopefully like to try to get answered in this last little bit of session, is filling in JP with what he would need to know as far as what the plan is here, like what you guys are trying to do, and then ideally coming up with an answer for which of the two things you guys are planning to take out. Are you guys trying to go and capture the 10th Exarch, or are you guys trying to go capture the Lord of the Whis?
So there are 10 Exarchs, right?
Yeah, there's one for each of the fleets. Yeah.
But there's only one Lord of the Whis, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait, there's not 11 Exarchs?
I would like to bring up the physical size barrier of capturing the Lord of the Whis. Where would we put him?
Dragons.
Isn't he like 20 feet tall?
Dragons.
But he's a vampire, so he doesn't need like arms or legs or a bottom.
He is very much bigger than 20 feet tall.
Jesus.
More than 20 feet tall? Jesus.
Kylie wants
you
to
guys have
chop
seen
him up. And
you guys
put
have
him in
seen
our
him before in a vision. So let me see.
We
Wait,
only
was it
need
a
his head.
Oh, the
too, right?
vision, the vision.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's on TV.
Yeah, the Lord of the Whis, he's over 50 feet tall.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's too tall, man.
Why are we doing this again?
Because we had nothing better to do.
But we do have a grudge specifically against this dude because of Haven.
Yeah.
So like it wouldn't be,
Did the
I don't
Whis
know, how
attack
big are the
Haven?
dragons compared to him?
The Whis did not attack Haven.
Well, the one dragon was as long as our ship. So that's like 40 feet. Is that right?
Yeah. So Brashidavax is the second biggest dragon that's going with you, the Mercury, and Kazashaz is the biggest. He is, I think, 70 feet long.
Okay.
So, the like two of the dragons between them could carry the Lord of the Whis. You're also not incorrect that he doesn't necessarily need to be in good condition. So putting him in a hold below the ship is not going to be possible. He's too big. But harpooning him and dragging him behind the ship is also a possibility, because especially
That's
like the like higher tier vampires take a lot to kill, to like actually put down. You think that it is likely that it is harder to kill the Lord of the Whis than it is to kill Lord Ferneau, and you've seen how much punishment Ferneau can take.
True.
Why are we
Maybe
doing
we
this
should
again?
go after the.
We have 25
the
dragons.
How tall is the Exarch?
You don't know. You've not seen the Exarch.
5'6".
So we saw for the broadcast with Haven.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Whis emissaries and Imperium emissaries, right?
You did.
They were
Wasn't
like
one of them the Lord of the
angels.
Whis?
Yes. So you saw the Whis in the broadcast, which is why I'm telling you how big he is.
Yeah.
But the representatives was not, one of the Exarchs was not part of the broadcast. They had their like high ranking Deva like speakers and like administrators are the ones speaking for them. The Exarchs did not go themselves.
All right.
So we've never seen an Exarch or had any Exarch described to us.
Correct. You had sort of a near miss with the Exarch when you went to send the second, and then got stuck in the room, and then she called the Exarch in on you guys, but then you guys left before the Exarch got there.
Yeah. But the room he was going to come to wasn't scaled for a 50-foot tall person.
No. But, I mean, it was a pretty big room, too.
Okay. We could probably decide this next time we play. Have people filled in who's not voted?
Partially, the reason I'm asking is because it is going to help me pretty significantly on prepping for next session.
Yeah. True.
So I'm going to put the May the 17th as a question mark for me, because I could potentially run that, but I'm not sure. Because I'll be in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess whether I play or not depends on whether you play or not.
Fair enough.
Actually, I'm going to take that question mark off and just say no, because my family's visiting. I
That's fair.
Kind of should spend time with them.
So let's try to do. It looks like the 10th is good for everybody. So let's do May the 10th as a definite, and then if we can do next week, if we can do,
I'm
April
good
19th.
with missing next week.
That's what I was gonna say. Is as long as Foxy's okay with missing next week, and the dinner is what day you say it is. So as long as JP, if you can let me know if you're actually good for the 19th, then we can potentially do the 19th and then do the 10th. And then if my wife tells me no, I'm an idiot and I forgot some sort of Easter thing that we have to go to because her family is chaplains and ministers and stuff, so they like that sort of thing, then I'll be told I'm incorrect and need to change plans.
Yeah, I've texted them, just waiting on a response for next week.
So even if you guys don't come to a final answer, I would like to know where people are leaning. And I'm just going to put it in chat because, again...
Yeah.
So 1 is the Exarch and 2 is the Lord of the Whis.
And, sorry, just super quick, like, 1 sentence each. What would be the benefit of each?
Oh, okay, so Drock. So
why are we doing this?
Yeah, why are we doing? Yeah, okay. So we're doing this because we freed Mab, and she was like, "Yeah, I can help you go and get Delseth's souls, but also I would be able to do it easily and like with less danger if you give me a few days to sort my shit out first." And so we were like, "Well, we don't know if we have a few days because in the vision that we saw where like Arn gets captured and there's like the true name knife, and she's like, I know that knife is for me." and she's like destroying herself so that the true name knife can't kill her. And we're like, oh, we kind of don't want that to happen. Like but we don't want to like tip anybody off that we've seen like what's going to happen because it might change the vision. So essentially what we're trying to do is capture either a high-ranking member of the Whis or a high-ranking member of Whis allies, like the Exarch of the 10th, for example, who the Night King would have told his plans for killing Arn to, so that we can get a timeline of like when is he planning to do this, so that we can know whether or not we should like go there straight away and get Delseth's soul, or give Mab time to figure her shit out.
Got it. And then
so we need to choose which of the two. So the Whis allies. So the Night King allies, are the Whis and the Imperium. And because the Whis and Imperium are both here, like attacking the Iron Tower, we came thinking that they might have prisoners. And when we found out they didn't have prisoners, but Aegis is like, "Hey, do you want to go get some?" is where we're at.
Okay.
And one little small note here is they attempted to teleport to the Iron Tower, but during the battle, there were all of these crazy magics and defenses and shit that was going on. So they couldn't port directly in without possibly some bad stuff happen. So they went to a nearby location that would be easier to teleport in from as sort of like a stopgap. And then they spent some time prepping their ship so that they could penetrate through the defenses and port into where the battle was. And while they were there at that secondary location, the retreating army that was attacking the plane of the Iron Tower teleported into their location, and then they skedaddled and kept going. So they basically got here, and Aegis said, "Hey, I can't go after them because my place is still under attack, but the bulk of their leadership has already retreated from the field." And then the group is like, "Well, actually, we just saw them. We passed them on our way in." And so Aegis has offered some of his forces as escort if you guys want to go and kick them while they're down and see if you can take down the enemy leaders, with the idea of
also the ships looked really fucked up as well.
Yeah, the ships were damaged enough that they needed to retreat from the field. So you're going to be going into a situation where they're already in a bit of a bad way. But the question is going to be what the focus is to go after. I will let you guys know this in advance because you're going to know this pretty much immediately, that the Lord of the Whis, he's on the battlecruiser, and the Exarch is on the world ship. So you're going to be picking which of the two ships to assault.
And would, again, this knowledge would get pretty early on. Does one seem more damaged than the other? Would we have a tactical advantage that is easily known, and we could kind of go based on that, or not?
Both ships are heavily damaged, but the difficulty is going to be the going after the Whis. This is from a tactical standpoint, right? Not from a why we should go after one or the other. Correct. But from a tactical standpoint, the battlecruiser is much smaller than the world ship. So it's going to be easier to go into and get to the Lord of the Whis than it is to figure out where the Exarch is within the world ship. So if the thing is, what is the distance between we teleport in, we can get to the thing that we want to get to? It's probably going to be shorter to go after the Lord of the Whis. That being said, the Exarch ship it's not always a combat ship. So there's going to be a lot of non-combatants or functionaries. There's going to be a lot of things that are not necessary. It's more like you're attacking a city, and you're trying to go after someone in a city, rather than you're going onto a battleship and trying to fight your way to the person who leads the battleship. So it's kind of different style, and you might get lucky. You might be able to get onto the world ship and find the Exarch immediately. But it's going to be, there's going to be a bit of a play there, right? You're going onto the world ship, which is a huge thing, and you have to find something that's relatively small in that huge thing. There's going to be ways to find it, right? Because, it's not equally likely he's in different places on the ship. But if you go after the Lord of the Whis, he's kind of obvious, and the ship is much smaller. So,
yeah, and the other thing I was thinking was, we know Star Shadows are sometimes on world ships, so that would be another whole potential thing to deal with, right? So my initial thought is the battle cruiser, which is the Whis, right? Number 2.
That is number 2. Yeah, the Whis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Whis guy, though, as you may have heard, is like over 50 feet tall. And a vampire.
And again, just by context, right, there are 11 fleets. So there are 11 Exarchs in the Imperium. So if you go after, the Imperium controls more territory than the Whis does, but they don't control it's not like they don't control 10 times or 11 times the territory of the Whis. The Whis controls like 2/3 of the size of the territory that the Imperium controls. And the Imperium is led by these 11 Exarchs, where who's in charge is sort of different based on a bunch of politics in the day and stuff, whereas there is only one Lord of the Whis.
Also, with the Star Shadows, my thing would have pinged, right? If they were there in the moment.
They would have, yeah.
Oh, okay. Good call. Yeah. Okay, I'm good with either. I'm neutral. I'm fine with either choice. My gut was number 2, but
So technically, no, the Star Shadow thing wouldn't have pinged, right? Because you need to cast the ritual, and you would not have had time between the battle with the Star Shadows and now, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I think the DM gave a little bit of stuff away there by saying the answer before I thought about it, but
yeah, that's a good point. I probably would not have had it on.
But also, they could be like infected the same way that one of many is infected.
I don't have a Star
Which
Shadow in
wouldn't
me.
ping.
Thank you very much. I got
She's
a
got a
bigger
walker.
fish. Yeah.
Yeah, you got worse.
Or better.
It sounds like from my look at things from the way people are talking, Griffel and Morin have both said number 1. What are Michael and Kylie thinking? And then I'll ask JP at the end.
I really don't know.
Like the idea of fucking with the giant vampire.
I'm totally fine with going for the Exarch. I think it'd be cool to defeat a world ship.
All right, so it definitely does sound like people are on board. I mean, again, if you guys change course at the last minute, we get into the next session, and you're like, actually, we don't think we're going to do this for this, and this reason. Both sides are going to be prepped, but it's much easier for me, especially with the way that I have this section structured, if I know which one you're going after first. So I will prep that you guys are going after the Exarch. But since the opportunity of being able to go after both of them, you guys changing your mind is there, I will also do what I need to prep the Lord of the Whis as well.
Let's split the party, guys, and each.
Oh yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
We could send some of the dragons after the Whis at least, like damage their ship more, maybe.
So my idea, right, is when you guys go in, you're going to be devoting a good chunk of your dragons to dealing with whatever thing you're not going after.
Perfect. So that guy might still get brought low.
Bravishadax. I'm never going to be able to read that name now without thinking of Rainbow Dash.
Another technical thing we kind of need to consider is like how we stop the world ship from just jumping away.
Yeah.
As well.
Or maybe it will jump away, but we'll be on it.
How
Yeah.
do
that's
world
the
ships
other-
jump? Is it similar to our ship or different?
We don't know how they work.
I don't think we know.
You guys got to. You
We
guys
know they
just got to.
can.
You guys just got to see one of them jump, so you know the mechanics of it at least has some similarity with what you're doing. But the way your ship operates, the rings go out and then it creates the envelope around you, right? They burn and they spin and they create that little. They flatten the ship slightly and make this little football thing that then ports into the next place. So the world ship doesn't have one of those. But it was able to shift without one of those rings, where like your ship can't shift. You can't plane shift without the ring. So it functions differently on some level, but you guys did get to see that there's sort of like emergency envelope thing where it shot out all the asteroids. That is what would happen if you did your ESAT into a location that wasn't clear. So you do know that there are some similarities.
And we know it used ESAT, so it probably is low on power.
Yeah, use something like the ESAT. Yeah. But
It probably would have taken a lot of damage from emergency teleportation as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like teleport into a bunch of asteroids.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Cool.
Was not
Seems like
that
a
was
good
not
target.
a safe maneuver. All right, guys. Well, that was a shitload of fun. I'm always like nervous going into these sessions because I have no idea what the fuck you guys are doing when you don't have a plan.
Uh-huh.
That's weird.
Shut
We
up,
definitely
Dorian.
know what we're doing.
Yeah, we just fuck with you by acting like we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all in a text chain. We're like, we'll just dither
Yeah.
around for 30 minutes and then reveal.
I keep getting my
Also-
idea to go back and talk to Bedveer again shut down, but just know it's coming.
When did we
One of
level
these
up
days.
last?
This session.
This
Yeah,
session.
this
Last
session. Yeah, so you should be 17 now.
Really?
Mhm.
Oops.
Okay.
When you get a chance, level up to 17, please.
Yeah. Is
will be
there
relevant.
that little cheat sheet of what 17 is? What we have to do? Normally, you post a little thing of this, and this.
I think I did it in the leveling up channel.
Yeah, I feel like it's.
Did-
No, you didn't. It's a
I
lie.
didn't.
You said level up to 17.
Okay. Oh yeah, I just said level up to 17 thing. Yeah.
It's just health and power.
Yeah, it's health and power, and I think for psionic classes, it is one of the scaling levels for power points.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Let me look real quick. Yeah, so at 17, you gain 2 power points.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I'll put that on my little sheets.
Cool.
Cool. Thanks, guys. See you
Yeah.
maybe next week.
Yep.
Gain 2
Oh,
power points, and you get the potential for the level 17
Power.
power. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got
Cool.
confirmation. Our dinner's Sunday, so I'm free on Saturday.
Sweet.
Nice. All right. See you guys next week.
See you next week. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care.